Hello, everyone. It's day, it doesn't really matter what day it is, does it? It's round four of the Krakow Chess International. And we're a bit late to the start, unfortunately. So we didn't catch the first couple of moves. Cameras are fine. So, Vila, if you go into properties, there's a thing where you can say how long it says until it reconnects, and you can make that 1 second. Just a tip there to get the cameras back sooner. Yeah, so both girls with the black pieces today. And the big shocker is that Alexandra is playing an opponent who is lower rated than herself. Um, and part of the reason why this is happening is because the opponents Alexandra face, they've been upsetting the good players, which is why there are less good players for Alexandra to play against. So Alexandra's opponent yesterday evening, he had defeated a 2100 rated player the round before, and Alexandra's opponent today, Gregorz, he also defeated a 2100 player yesterday. So lower rated opponents, but it's lower rated opponents who have proven themselves in battle previously in the tournament. And we also have Andrea. She did get that very unfortunate defeat in the last round. She had basically a winning position out of the opening, but she stopped. She started to care. She stopped not caring and started spending a lot of time and made some ill-advised decisions at the same time. So we're hoping she's back to her work mode and playing a bit more loose and a bit more relaxed as far as time usage is concerned. Let's talk a bit about the openings coming in. Andrea's opponent has played e4. Andrea goes for her hyper accelerated dragon variation. I swear I'm not making that up. It is the real name. You can look it up if you want to. The hyper accelerated dragon, of course, different to the accelerated dragon or the dragon, but they're all variations within the Sicilian defense. The most aggressive opening you can play as black against this king pawn opening. Andrea's opponent, who is Emilia, she goes pawn to c3, which is my favorite move here for white. And I feel like I've warned Andrea that this is quite tricky to play for black. She has faced it previously during this tournament spree. And as far as I recall, that was a moderate success last time. But we'll see how it goes today. Pawn to d5. Andrea immediately challenges in towards the pawn in the center. And now pawn to e5. We actually had a quick talk about this yesterday, how a pawn on e5 is very good at stunting a bishop you put in the fianchetto position. And so I kind of specifically mentioned to Andrea this variation, and that a pawn here on the e5 square can become a big problem for the bishop because it's so limited in what it can do. And you don't really have a better square for that bishop now than just trying to point it in towards the center. So I'm not super optimistic here, just based on the fact that Andrea usually plays very quickly while she's still in her preparation. And it would appear that she is out of prep here, which could be a potential problem, as this is it's not like a venomous line, but it's like strategically complicated. And if you make early strategic errors, you can end up in a really, really bad situation. So that's the update on Andrea's opening. And then we're going to quickly go into Alexandra's. Her opponent plays e4. This was expected. Then, after pawn to e6, he goes d3. Very calm, doesn't try to use the advantage of the pawns being able to move 2 steps initially. When Alexandra executes her French defense, the knight comes to d2, and this is what is known as the King's Indian attack against the French. But he has played this multiple times previously, and this is part of our preparation. This time, Alexandra goes knight to c6 because she had a bad experience against the King's Indian attack previously. So we've made a new little idea here for her to use. Knight to f3, sensible development from white. Knight to f6 from Alexandra. And now pawn to g3. This is the classic way of playing the King's Indian attack. But according to the computers, g3 is already an inaccuracy. And Alexandra is going to try to pounce on that. And she's still in her preparation. After the trade in the center, the reason we make this trade is to discourage pawn to e5 later on. After this trade has been made, now if pawn to e5, we can always jump into the center of the board. So we're not scared of this move anymore. Alexandra goes bishop to c5, sensible development of the bishop. And after bishop to g2, this is a very interesting idea we studied before the game. Pawn to a5. The point is twofold. Number one, we're taking control of the b4 square to prevent white from advancing their pawns on the queen side. We're also creating an escape for the bishop, if needed, down this diagonal. Alexandra's opponent, he castles, and Alexandra goes pawn to e5. And I am happy to say this is still the main line in Alexandra's preparation. And we have hit the prep very, very good in Alexandra's game. Ooh, and in the meantime, Andrea plays pawn to a6. This is a super interesting move. And I'm going to say she's probably still in her preparation. She just needed some time to remember what it was. The idea behind this move is just to take control over the b5 square. Why is that important? Well, in this opening, we talked about how the pawn on e5 is incredibly important to deal with because that pawn is blocking Black's bishop out of the game. How do we attack this? Well, we want to go knight c6 to attack it. And then d4 is going to come, and white has these pawns defending each other up the board. But it turns out by making the trade, we can make this a 2-pawn defensive formation. And if we now can target the d4 pawn, if we can win that pawn, we'll probably also be able to win the next pawn thereafter. So putting pressure on the d4 pawn is incredibly important for Black in this opening. However, if we go knight to c6 first, then bishop to b5 is a real problem. Because here we're losing the knight that was trying to fight for control of that d4 square. And the knight cannot escape because of the pressure in towards the king. So pawn to a6, while it looks kind of funny, it's about preserving the knight so that the knight can have the pressure against the d4 pawn. Very interesting play. Andrea's opponent played d4. Andrea took on d4. I'm not entirely sure about this capture. The reason is, sometimes you want to delay this trade so that white doesn't get access on the c3 square for their knight. Okay, but she took it. She might still be in her prep. Oh no, computer hates that. And yeah, also I'll get to chat. It's just that we had a bit of a yeah. I didn't get to kind of get the calm start into the games. We're always a bit late on the beginning, so I just want to talk through the moves, and then I'll look at chat, and I'll also address the fact that we're losing Alexandra's camera every 2 minutes. Um, okay, so Andrea takes the pawn, but I actually don't like that because after knight to c6, we wouldn't be too afraid of white capturing our pawn anyway, because that would make it super easy for us to target the pawn on e5, which is the big issue in these positions. This is the pawn we want to get rid of so that our bishop may have a broader influence over the game. By making the trade this quickly, Andrea is allowing her opponent to utilize the c3 square for the knight. And if you had delayed this trade, keeping the two marked pawns on the board, you can play in the same fashion, just without allowing the knight coming to c3. Okay. But the trade has been made. But yeah, there's a bad sign here that after the trade, Andrea starts thinking. So she made a very big committal decision and then started thinking afterwards. And whenever that happens, I'm so scared that she started thinking because she realized, oh, I wasn't supposed to do that. Okay. Good morning, chat. Have you guys said anything smart I missed? Good morning, he says at 3 p.m. I mean, it's 4 p.m. where I'm at, but this stream caters to the Americans. That's the sad reality of things. We say soccer, we say good morning in the evening, well, afternoon. Why your name is Hammer? Because my parents decided to name me after them. And they thought, we're not just going to give him any random name. We're going to give him the same one that we have. Morning, Mama Botez. Why not Hammerson? Well, first of all, Hammerson, that's Swedish. In Norwegian, it would be Hammersen. And yeah, there are a big leftover of these kind of son of, they have a special name, right? Patronyms. There are many patronyms in the Scandinavian languages, but we stopped doing it properly a long, long time ago. But the best example you can see of what Norwegian used to be like is that you can see Icelandic. Basically, Icelandic is what was spoken in Norway in the 1000s. They traveled to Iceland and they took their language with them. And then while mainland Norwegian got lots of influences from German in particular, but also English, Iceland was so far away that it just stayed the same language to a much larger degree. And in Iceland today, they still use like son of daughter of. And they don't have the same last name as their parents. They just have their parents' first name, and then whether you're the son of or daughter of. And that's yeah, that's essentially a little language lesson for you guys. Thank you for the 5 gifted, Tony. What's a good posture? Um, yeah, no one really has good posture in the world, right? It's a very difficult thing. It depends more on your own stomach muscles than anything else, right? I gotta admit, when I play chess, I don't really care about my posture. I just do whatever I feel I need to do to win the game. Can you pronounce that Icelandic volcano? Well, the thing is, modern Norwegian is so far away from Old Norse that I have no chance of understanding any Icelandic, even though it's the language my forefathers spoke. It's way too different now. But what's interesting is that Icelandic people can, to some degree, understand Old Norse. The languages are so similar. Why is Alexandra's camera glitching? Because she's a cheapo that hasn't bought a new camera, despite her camera being worse than Andrea's for 5 months now. Why are their games always against the lower rated opponents? It's an accident, a coincidence, Fala. But I did say at the start of the stream that part of the reason why Alexandra is not playing higher rated despite winning every game so far is because so many of the lower rateds are beating the higher rateds. So the opponent Alexandra played against yesterday, uh, he had um, he had beaten a 2,100 in the round before. And similarly, this opponent that Alexandra is playing today also beat a 2,100 yesterday. So basically, the 1900s are beating the 2100s, and there are not enough 2100s left for Alexandra to play against. She first needs to defeat these killers. Um, the good news is queen to e2 is considered a slight mistake by the computer, and but it is a quite a natural mistake to make, and the mistake was part of Alexandra's preparation. And Alexandra knew that here she can go pawn to b6, aiming to go bishop a6 and pointing that bishop in towards the white queen and the white rook behind the queen. And Alexandra's opponent then moves the knight out to attack her bishop. But bishop to a6 sees Alexandra point her bishop down towards the opponent's queen. He has no choice but to go pawn to c4 to block that bishop's diagonal. And now we've caught up to the game. And in this situation, it's very interesting to see that White's pawns no longer have the ability to control the d4 square. And for that reason, a lot of the strategy now moving forward will be about whether or not Alexandra is able to use this d4 square for her pieces, given that her opponent is unable to chase anything away from there. She has neglected her castling. We're on move 14 now, sorry, move 11 right now. And she has neglected her castling, but at the same time, she has followed the preparation we made yesterday to perfection. And the computer already feels that Alexandra has an advantageous position, but now she's on her own. Black with a 100% win rate after this position. Incredible prep, says Cutie Jelly. Ah, if you write nice things about me, I may highlight your comments. It is more likely. A little social hack right there. Praising the coach does work. Totally unbiased, definitely not unbiased whatsoever. Lile coming in with a rate of 83. Thank you. We're here from Poland, round 4. Alexandra is on 3 points out of 3. Andrea almost copied her sister. She was winning out of the opening against the 2100 in the last game, but unfortunately got too eager with her sacrifices and ended up losing, but still on 2 out of 3. A very good start for both girls. How did you become a grandmaster? So the way you become a grandmaster is that you have to have a rating of 2,500 within the World Chess Federation ranking system. And you also have to have 3 very good performances, also called grandmaster norms. And I fulfilled the criteria in January 2009. Have you stopped playing over the board now? I haven't stopped. I just play less frequently. But I'm playing a tournament starting on Friday, which is why I can't do commentary for the whole event. Where are your 3? Are they on the line? I actually did 4 because I did 1 that was only 7 rounds, so that only counts as a half. So I kind of did 3.5. Can you use grandmaster status? No. Once you have the grandmaster title, you never lose it. Well, actually, that's not true anymore. There was a grandmaster a couple of years ago who lost his title after he got caught cheating. GM Rouses, well, now he's just Rouses. I think also he changed his name and he died, so. Yeah, no, he had a rough couple of years. That escalated quickly. I don't know how, I mean, at some point, it is a factual comment, the fact that he died, but it's never, the most pleasant of news. How was he cheating? He used a cell phone in the bathroom. It was not the most advanced cheating there's ever been. Not a feel good story, but the world can not only consist of feel good, the world can be a harsh place. And I guess most of you guys know that already. That was me kind of flaming the Botezes for having such a high average age in their viewership. But I realized it was too advanced for people to catch without me spelling it out. Update board. Yeah, let's do that. So Andrea is pointing her bishop down towards the opponent's queen. Emilia, she interjects with her bishop, but this is actually a good opportunity here for Andrea to make the trade. Because if you make the trade now, white is not White loses the defender of the d4 square, whereas after knight to c6, which is what Andrea did, yeah, maybe this is fine too. But now knight to d2 is an interesting move because if you now make the trade, then a replacement knight makes its way to the f3 square to be able to defend the major weakness in white's position. Silly Hammer, the high average age in this channel is caused by your presence. Oh, God. My fan base is mostly 60 plus, at least on the Norwegian TV channels. Okay, Alexandra is out of prep now, but she got a good opening already. So I'm not so concerned, and I do kind of like the fact that she played quickly as long as she was still in the moves she had prepared beforehand, and now she's taking her time to consider how to proceed. And the first order of business is making a decision how to deal with the white knight trying to capture black's bishop. The first instinct you should have, though I'm not convinced all of you have that instinct, is to move the bishop away. If a bishop is attacked by the knight, very often just move it away. And then we could later use our pawn on the side of the board to push that white knight back. And this knight is actually not that very well placed and could land itself in some trouble. But there are some interesting alternatives here. And one of them is just ignoring the threat to the bishop altogether and just castling. And the reason this is so interesting is because if the trade happens between the bishop and the knight, the thing is, it just reinforces black's control of this incredible d4 outpost. And white can try to attack this pawn, but we easily defend it. And then we can also use the fact doubled pawns are usually bad, but this might be one of those rare exceptions. And one of the qualities of a doubled pawn is that, well, you evacuated a file. So whenever you have doubled pawns, it also means that you probably have more openings for your rook compared to your opponent. And here, Alexandra could use this opening on the B file to try and put both her rooks there and point it down towards the opponent's pawns. And then at an opportune moment, you can move your knight into the center of the board, and where it has just this incredible placement with the support of two pawns and white not having any pawns that could chase it away. Is there a reason why the tables are so close to each other? What do you mean? This is incredible space between the tables compared to what's normal at a chess tournament. This is like the least crowded board and table I've ever seen. But it's usually because you're sitting with the special electronic boards, and those require often some extra space. You're a very luxurious person if you think this is close by. Didn't they consider the feng shui? I think I'm not sure any tournament ever has considered the feng shui of the room. Ooh, look at this from Amelia. She does go knight to d2. She probably should have done that on the previous move. And Andrea potentially lost out on an opportunity to make the trade bishop for knight in a situation where the knight for white was not able to recapture. So if Andrea had made the trade here and then gone with the knight, the difference of the lack of defense from the knight to the d4 square could have been important. Computer thinks it doesn't matter whatsoever, but it's a consideration to be made at least. What is feng shui? Honestly, I have no idea. It's something to do with the energy in the room based on uh, some kind of Asian meditative, I don't know, feng shui, whatever. It's the ancient mystical art of interior decorating. Yes, thank you. Good explanation. Is that tea or coffee? We're drinking tea today, dog, and every other day. Is this a 3 hour game? No. Alexandra's previous two games have lasted 5 hours, three face. These games are you thought you were exaggerating when you said 3 hours, and I'm coming back at you and saying no, it's even longer. I follow the it's hammer more like fun shui. Oh god, I don't need to know how to pronounce it. I follow the feng shui guy on uh on YouTube. He has some really good videos. Now you know what a guy. Okay, rip non-subs. Nat Shep just paid 200,000 channel points for sub-only chat. The non-subs are gonna miss out on the fun shui conversation. Did anyone else notice that Alexandra is preserving her bishop pair? I think I've started to take it a little bit for granted, but like 3 years ago, she was going bishop to g4, bishop takes f3 at every possible opportunity, just to I don't know, get rid of her bishops. And here we go. Her opponent is attacking the bishop, and she retreats. There are not a lot of wins as a Botez chess coach, but you got to notice them when they exist. The only worrying thing about the position is if she doesn't castle in the next couple of moves, she could lose the advantage. I mean, but of course she's going to castle. Like, it's the only sensible thing to do. She's going to castle and she'll move her queen out. And oh, sorry. One maneuver I really like here is knight to d7. and trying to get that knight to the c5 square. So I kind of want to do something like knight to d7, and then pawn to a4, and then knight to c5. Something like this, I think is pretty cool. And then she's not in a hurry to castle, I think. But you'll castle eventually, and you'll just the long-term plan of getting into the d4 square is so good. So I feel like black's position is very easy to play. When is she in a hurry to castle? I mean, never. Never that we've noticed anyway. Okay, let's get some updates on the standings. Uh, Let me see if I can find the tournament website. Cracow chess open. Alexandra has won all of her first 3 games, and she is one of 12 people, 12 players on 3 out of 3 points. If she wins this one, and she does have the advantage and is the higher rated player and has a 17 game no loss streak, unbeaten streak. If she wins this, then she'll probably be basically first place in the tournament. Right now, she's in 3rd place. We could get the back to back to back. In the meantime, Andrea, pretty much almost for the first time in this tournament, is down on the clock. I'm amazed I have to say that myself. But she goes queen to b6. And this is one of the main ideas in this opening, trying to go after the pawn in the center of the board. But on this occasion, I'm not sure it's such a good move. And the reason is, if white just castles here, you cannot capture the pawn in the center because of, well, you can both take this guy, but also good is a queen to a4. And you're just attacking everything at the same time. It's check on the king and the knight is under attack, but if the knight moves, then the bishop is lost behind it. So Andrea going queen to b6, she's not actually making a threat at all towards the white position right now. And that gives white time to plot some ideas. That being said, if white here makes a mistake and goes pawn to h3, attacking the bishop, then the bishop can just retreat back. And now you have the threat of taking the pawn next. Computer really didn't like that, though. I don't understand why. Oh, I'm so annoyed by Alexandra's camera at this point. Let me ask you what the problem is. Did they swap cameras? No. They always have the same cameras, but like someone is pointing out in chat, the camera seems to be misbehaving on every other day. That being said, the problems Andrea had with her camera yesterday were also based on she just ran out of battery because it was a very long day. Alexandra's opponent plays bishop to g5. Okay, so now he prevents the plan I wanted to maneuver the knight over to the c5 square. Alexandra immediately attacks the bishop, and then he trades bishop for knight. And now, what's good about this is that Alexandra now got her queen out in a good position. And white gave away one of the few remaining pieces that could still fight for control of that d4 square. Alexandra's advantage is just growing here. Alexandra did end up winning, Joey. I would be surprised if it isn't an air-conditioned venue. Oh, you don't travel much in Northern Europe, do you, Daystar? Let's just say, as someone who has experienced a couple of Polish chess tournaments, it's not as bad. It's not as bad as in Norway. Norway just doesn't realize air conditioning exists whatsoever. But it's still not great. Did the sisters switch cameras? Yeah, I don't know what to do. Are you streaming your Norwegian championship games? No, Shumo. But I appreciate your. I'm gonna take your question as support for my well-being in the tournament, and I appreciate that. Okay, so queen to b6 was played by Andrea, and her opponent does find this clever castling move. And now Andrea cannot capture the pawn in the center of the board. That being said, Andrea can go knight to h6. Normally, you say don't put your knights on the edge of the board. But here, knight to h6 might be a brilliant move because we need that knight to help contribute in the fight to try and capture the d4 pawn. Strategically, I'm not super happy with Andrea's position. But in practical play, it's kind of easy to kind of plan. Black has a very straightforward idea of just going after that pawn in the center of the board. Ooh, did the prediction pay out? What was the prediction? I missed it. Did we have a Alexandra castling prediction? Because if we did, it's not looking great. Oh, there wasn't one. That's kind of our fault. We were a bit late to start today. Moves are being made on Alexandra's board. Let me zoom in on that. Her opponent has centralized his rook. Fair enough. And Alexandra, are you just going to be a coach's pet and castle? What else could you do? Well, to be fair, she might be tempted to push this pawn forward and attack the knight. Wow, Alexandra has a big advantage already. This is going so well. Imagine 17 points in the last 18. It's ridiculous. When will this tournament end? I think the final round is on Saturday. Did Alexandra prep with you yesterday? She didn't prep with me, but I took a look at the opponent and saw that he played a line that we had trouble with previously, and I made something new for her. But I think she just fell asleep last night, and she studied it this afternoon, well, pre-noon, and she was still in prep when the computer was saying black is better. So she had a very successful opening. Last 18 what? Competitive chess games. Alexandra has won 2 tournaments back to back. Centauros. And so far, so good on the third one. Are they prepping in the morning or do they hang around the city? I'm sure they'll do some sightseeing at some point. I know they did some sightseeing before the tournament started. But yeah, today, having had the incredibly exhausting 2 games yesterday, I think everyone was just sleeping. So anything else would be strange. I know I was sleeping for quite a bit. Did you get an answer about Alexandra's camera? Yeah, we have no idea what's causing the issues. We don't think it's overheating. But if it's not overheating, we really have no idea why the camera is struggling. If she wins this tournament, will she have 3 norms? Um, no. So the tournaments Alexandra is playing, they haven't been strong enough to be one of those 3 good tournament performances. So she's doing very well, but she's doing very well against lower rated opponents. And she kind of needs to do very well against higher rated opponents in order to get norms and such stuff. But as long as you're gaining rating, that's a very important. And it's also very important for your confidence to see that you're winning and you're doing well and that the work is paying off. Could it be Vila overheating? I mean, I think yes, Vila is overheating, but I don't think that's the cause of the camera concerns. Canada requires norms for NA. Oh, yeah, no, we don't use imaginary titles on when I'm doing commentary, at least. Pawn to e6 from Andrea. I think this is a big mistake. Pawn to e6. She's trying to get the knight to attack on d4, but she doesn't realize that the knight already had access to make that attack. And now she also weakened the f6 square, which may have some significance if white tries to get a bishop in there. So it would have been better to just try and get the knight to attack in the center immediately. On the other hand, notice how Andrea is placing all her pawns on the light squares. We had a similar situation with Andrea's opponent yesterday, but he had his bishop way back here. And then the bishop was being stopped by the pawns so that the bishop couldn't properly contribute to the game. However, here, it's actually very clever of Andrea to put all her pawns on the light squares because she's saying, I will make a trade bishop for knight at some point. And I'm because I've kind of committed myself to giving away my bishop, I'm gonna need some other pieces to be very good at taking control of the light squares on the board. And that's what Andrea is doing with her pawns. She's saying, I'm losing my bishop, I'm losing my first choice piece for the light squared control. But you, the pawns, you're going to have to take over that responsibility. And they have. So even though e6, I think, was inaccurate, it doesn't change the general, my general view of the position, which is that Black's idea of trying to attack the pawn on d4 is so straightforward that even if the computers favor white, it could be quite nice for Andrea to have a position where the computer sure favors the opponent, but as long as you identify the correct plan, you'll be able to put quite a lot of pressure on the opponent. Has this now transposed to a French? No. In the French, you would never manage to get your bishop on the other side of your pawn formation. So in the French, the bishop would always be stuck on its initial square. So this is more like an improved version of the French. But, well, it's improved in some ways, but then it's worse in other ways, such as in the French, you would normally be closer to getting your castling done than what Andrea is here. Did you see the New York Times article about how grandmasters are saying the title is useless because so many people have it now? Uh, no, I didn't see that. But were these grandmasters under the impression that the title was not useless already? Were these people going around introducing themselves as grandmasters and feel like it's lost some of its schwung? I don't know. Casual people are still impressed if you say, oh, yeah, no, I'm a chess grandmaster. That hasn't changed. There are maybe more chess grandmasters in the chess community, but in the world as a whole, people have no idea whether there are 800 grandmasters in the world or 2,000. People still think it's quite an impressive achievement. Lost its feng shui. Yes. It's still impressive, though. I mean, I don't think it's very impressive, but that's because I did it so easily. But other people think it's impressive. That's the most important thing. Are girls at a bar impressed by a GM title? That would demand you to actually go to a bar instead of studying the latest developments in the French defense. So I wouldn't know. Just one game today? Yeah, Basham. One game per day for the rest of the week. Hammer, do you think Alexandra will hit Grandmaster? I mean, I do think she's gonna hit a Grandmaster in her life, maybe multiple. But if you mean as in achieve the Grandmaster title herself, I'm gonna go with a hard no. She did hit Hansen in the face. Yeah, and I don't think Hansen is gonna be the last one. Who's commentating for the girls when you have your tournament? I don't know. I could figure it out, but I can't be bothered. You'll have to you'll have to deal with the surprise. Moves are coming in. Knight to C1. I mean, Alexandra has just completely taken this guy out of his comfort zone. He has no idea what he's doing now. Okay, so I think the idea is that the knight moves so that you can go pawn to b3 afterwards and create a defense with the pawns protecting each other. I'm kind of tempted to suggest bishop to c8. I kind of like this move. The idea is that moving the bishop to this a6 square, the whole point of that was just to provoke the white pawn forward so that the white pawn would be unable to take control over the d4 square. Now that we have achieved that provocation, the bishop isn't actually doing that much on the side of the board. In particular, when we know that white's next move is going to be to even further reinforce these pawns protections. So I think a lot here speaks to bishop to c8 being quite a clever move, because then if the knight tries to move into the center of the board, we can go bishop to g4, and we have this incredible pressure in towards white's knight and the white queen. White may want to try and chase that bishop away, but then after knight to d4, we don't move the bishop. Instead, we create an attack against the queen, but we also create another attack against the knight. And that second attack is the big one, because we got three pieces pointing in there. So white kind of has to take the knight to avoid the knight taking either the queen or the white knight. But then you've opened up between the bishop and the queen, allowing black to win the queen there. So bishop, basically just rerouting this bishop looks very, very powerful. Another advantage of that is that if white goes pawn to b3, which was their plan, then you can go pawn to a4 and try to open up for the rook on the side of the board without the bishop being in the way. So I'm really liking this bishop to c8 move. Although bishop to c5 is probably also good. Just try and put something in the middle end of the board here. That's a very nice bishop for black. Are you allowed to say hi to other players walking around? Yes, definitely. Back in the day, we would have long conversations outside the playing hall, but that has become more frowned upon with the advent of smartphones. When I was a kid, my dad, I after every move, I remember one tournament in particular when I was quite young. I was like 10. And I remember this one tournament where after every move, I would go chat with my dad and the other adults because they were having coffee or something in the break room. And then I would sit there and chat for a little bit, and then I would go back to my board and make a move. I have no idea how I didn't get into incredible time trouble, but somehow. Which move did Alexandra cancel on today? Move 14, Pedra. Not super early, but she has a big advantage. So her strategy kind of worked out, and it was part of the preparation. Pawn to h3 played on Andrea's board. And here she goes bishop back, which shocks me. I thought the whole point of moving this pawn up was that you had resigned yourself to the fate of this bishop and that you were going to make the trade and then go knight here and you're going to go after this pawn on d4. Instead, Andrea is going bishop f5. Ooh, computer didn't like that. This bishop could even be trapped. Like pawn to g4, the bishop doesn't have that many squares to go to. But one square is enough, though. And now this bishop actually becomes kind of annoying. If white tries to capture it, black recaptures, attacks the knight, and now you have this guy surrounded. Knight moves up, queen comes in, captures a pawn. This looks very good for Andrea. And computer is saying it's very good for white, so I don't know what to think, but Andrea is the one with the extra pawn. Yeah, no, I don't understand what the computer is on about. This looks very good for black. I mean, you have some issues of not being anywhere close to castling. But on the other hand, you have an extra pawn and you're about to take a second. Bishop to f4? No. Then this guy is trapped. Yeah, I don't understand why the computer is saying this is good for white. This looks kind of nice for Andrea. So maybe this bishop is reasonably safe. Anytime it gets attacked, it can move away. It's basically just rerouting to the e4 square. That being said, now that we have the bishop on f5, we cannot get our knight there. So we need to have a new plan for how to get at this pawn. On the other hand, now we're actually threatening to take that pawn since now there's no problems with the queen check and attack if we choose to take. So white is probably going to go knight to b3 to give extra protection to the pawn. And then Andrea kind of has to go bishop to e4. because she needs to clear out this f5 square for the knight to come in. Alexandra has gone rook to b8. What a move. And honestly, I don't hate it. Alexandra has the bishop here, and she's going to try to trade off some pawns to make her bishops even more powerful. Pawn to b3 is the obvious move for white, and then Alexandra is going to go pawn to b5. That's incredible play. Okay, Alexandra played a perfect game in round one. She played a perfect game in round two. And then round three was a bit but she was tired, having played another game previously that day. And now round four, she's about to play a perfect game again. What is going on with the world? Good job. I mean, she's playing amazing. I really like this idea. Trying to activate the bishop and also trying to activate the rook. Basically, you're trying to trade these two pawns. And if these two pawns disappear, that solves the problem for this bishop and this rook. The pawns blocking both of those black pieces are the highlighted pawns we're trying to trade off. Very good play. Where's Dario Di Dario? I don't know, Amar. Well, we're gonna have to invite him to a future tournament. We'll have to send him the Botez schedule. The only problem is that schedule is not made far enough to in advance for normal people to be able to live with it. But it's possible that she's gotten better. Not sure, but it happens when you play a lot. I mean, yeah, she could have gotten better. But yeah. I think it's not necessarily that she's gotten better, but more like that she's match fit, that she's more accustomed to the tournament setting than when she was playing one off tournament here and there. Now that she's playing regularly, she has a set pattern, a rhythm, a plan. Because frankly, oh God, pawn to a4. What a move by the opponent. Honestly, that is probably the best move in the position for white. But I gotta say, for my grandmaster brain, I would never come up with that. That is too ugly for me to even really consider. First, white gave away the bishop that moves on the dark squares. You already committed yourself to putting two of the central pawns on the light squares, and then you put another pawn on the light squares. But honestly, it was probably the best move because Alexandra's plan was so effective. If she had been allowed to push the pawn forward, it would open up the position for her bishops and open up for the rook. That's a great move, but I wasn't even close to considering that. Now, white will never be able to have control of the b4 square. And you already had the d4 square. that white can never have control over. The question now becomes, does Alexandra have the pieces she needs to exploit these weaknesses? And actually, right now, Alexandra is a bit unhappy that she has the two bishops, because these kind of squares that I highlight here that are the major weaknesses now, these squares are amazing for a knight. But Alexandra only has one knight. It would be better if she had two of those so that she could maneuver both of them around. So one of the benefits of playing in this way for white is that by preventing the pawn breaks, you're making sure the position remains more closed, which favors the player with the most knights. A closed position is a position with lots of pawns remaining. And we call it closed because the pawns often stand in the way of the pieces, and in particular, the bishops. Both your own pawns or the opponent pawns can block a bishop's influence. I kind of like this pawn to b5 plan so much that if I'm Alexandra here, I would consider something like, I don't really want to trade this knight. I would consider something like knight to d8. And then after pawn to b3, I would do something like c6. And I would just try and force through this pawn break anyway, so that we're trying to bring this bishop and this rook. Let them be the best that they can be. And the reason I'm going back with my own knight is because if I go forward, it's nice going forward, sure. But if you go forward, you're also guaranteeing that white will be able to trade off their knight for black's knight. And we don't really like that because we want to have a knight remaining that we can put on this amazing d4 square in the future. Another move you could consider here as black is that now that you realize white is just completely shutting down your ideas on the queen side, you can say that, okay, this bishop isn't going to accomplish more on this side of the board. I'm going to reroute it, and we can try this idea again, trying to get the bishop pointing in towards white's knight, queen, and rook. That's a pretty juicy location. The problem is that white, if he's clever, is just going to stop it, play the pawn forward. But at least then you get white to commit yet another pawn onto a light square, which is strategically iffy. What about bishop to g7? Are you talking about Andrea's game? Bishop to g7, it's not a priority getting this bishop out. Right now, Andrea needs to focus all her attention on getting this knight, getting the knights to attack the pawn in the center. That's the priority there. Ooh, Alexandra plays knight to b4. I don't like that. I think she's going for the c6 b5 plan, but she's not realizing the importance to keep a knight on the board. And it's like a human thing to want to move forward. But here, by moving forward, you're allowing the opponent to trade off one of your most important pieces. Meant b7. Yeah, but on b7, the bishop isn't really doing much here either because it's pointing to a pawn, but that pawn is super well protected. So you're not doing much. It would actually be better to put it in its initial position so that it could then find a completely different plan altogether. But yeah, knight to b4. Yeah, this is not good news. because also the variation we were looking at with knight to d3, computer was even preferring white here after b5. I don't really understand why, but it's definitely a sign that we've taken a step in the wrong direction. Why would this be better for white? I'm a bit confused. Not that. Maybe here? Yeah, no, but this is fine for Alexandra. Um, yeah, okay. At least she has a plan. Okay, I'm gonna stop being negative and I'm gonna look on the bright side. I don't like this because we're probably allowing the knight to be traded, and we were hoping to get the knight to the d4 square in the future. Essentially, by always having this knight on the board, we make sure that white can never use this one for anything other than just defending this square. Succeeding in trading the knights will lead to this white knight on f3 not having to have the responsibility of always keeping the d4 square under surveillance, and it will allow this knight to move around. So that's why I don't like that knight b4 is the first step towards trading the knights. But on the other hand, I do appreciate that Alexandra has quite a clear plan, a path forward that she wants to accomplish. And I do think here having an easy plan, especially considering the pace Alexandra has been playing at the last couple of tournaments, I think that's going to put a lot of pressure on the opponent, and I don't think he's going to necessarily be able to navigate the complications in the best possible fashion. We have to remember her opponent doesn't seem to understand what he's doing. Well, this a4 move was excellent. It looks super ugly to me because you just leave so many dark squares poorly protected. But it was still a really good move to prevent Alexandra from just accomplishing her easy plan. If Alexandra loses and Andrea wins, are we likely to see Botez versus Botez? I mean, there's a fair chance it could happen. But as long as Alexandra is playing with the black pieces and Andrea is too, it's quite a bit less likely to happen. Because normally when you're playing with black, you're due to have white on the next game. So as long as they both have the same color, it's a lot less likely for them to face each other. Plebs, the timers, that's how much time you have remaining for the game. If you reach 0, you lose the game. So the timers is just yeah. There's a time limit for your moves. They have been the same color every round. Yes, Spartan. So obviously that's going to be very affected by the first round pairing. If they both have the same color in the first round, they're bound to probably have the same color for the rest of the tournament, right? Because the only way it would change is if one of them gets the same color back to back, which does happen, but it's slightly uncommon. Amelia doing an Andrea, yeah. Andrea is actually up on time for the third time this tournament. It's incredible, and her results will get better when she doesn't have that incredible time problem towards the end of the game. Although this is setting some kind of a record. If Amelia thinks for another 6 minutes, Andrea will have a 30-minute time advantage. I don't think Andrea has ever had a 30-minute time advantage in the past. That might be a new record. Jason, she talked about this when we spoke to her yesterday. She said Dina had given her a talking to, and she said that she changed her mentality and is prioritizing trying to play quicker in her games. She has time to walk around more. Yeah, but Alexandra in particular, but also Andrea, they have a tendency to sit at the board way more than your average tournament player. And we've had this discussion multiple times, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it is a thing, if nothing else. Literally not caring, one could say. Andrea is adopting the Hikaru strat. And to be fair, it's working. Who would have thought playing chess like Hikaru, a recipe for success? First time I see one of the sisters playing another girl. Oh, really, T-Con? Yesterday, they both played girls in the same round. There's 10% girls in the tournament they're playing. So every round, it's about a 10% chance that one of them plays a girl. Queen to b3, a queen trade initiated on Andrea's board. Computer is not happy, and part of the reason for that has to do, sorry, with the lack of development of Black's pieces. Andrea has not gotten her pieces into the game. What does this have to do with the queen trade? Well, when you have poor development, it usually also means that your king may be stuck in the middle of the board. And when your king is stuck in the middle, it's more prone to getting basically crushed by an attack. And if we say this is about attacking, then we understand why the queen trade might not be in white's best interest, because the lack of pieces developed for Andrea and the fact that the king is still in the middle of the board, that indicates that white should try to attack, and instead she's just trying to trade. And the trades will then favor Andrea, not just because her king feels safer. Now, Andrea can actually keep her king in the middle of the board because it will be advantageous to have the king centrally located as we go into the endgame. Getting the king away, that's a normal strat, but it's a strat that has to do with the respect we have for the opponent's attacking chances and the queen. is usually a big part of that. But now, with the queens being traded off, the king has no reason to try and escape. Surely you trade and then block the double pawns with the bishop. Well, after the trade, white doesn't have to take back with a pawn. White will take back with the knight. But it's okay. The only thing we have to be careful of is our bishop. We got to make sure that this bishop doesn't end up getting trapped by white's pawns. And if we go like knight forward here, then going knight back, the knight will control the c2 square, and white will be ready to go after that bishop with the pawns. And then here we see how the knight moving away has given space for the pawns to attack the bishop, and the bishop has nowhere to go. So this is what you need to be careful of. But after the trade, we can try and get rid of this bishop by just attacking the white knight immediately. And in doing so, we escape the potential of this bishop being trapped by the white pawns. So I'm hoping for a queen trade followed by the bishop getting away. And if that happens, I think Andrea has excellent chances to win the game. Andrea, just like her sister, has been pretty good in the end games. Alexandra has won 3 end games in a row this tournament, and now it might be Andrea's turn to do the same. Queen a7, no good. Computer says queen a7, definitely no good. But it's about what I already talked about it, right? How Andrea's lack of development means that her king could have major issues. So she should welcome the queen trade with open arms. This is not about a style choice. You can't be like, oh, I'm an attacking player. I want to keep the queen, and I always reject queen trades. You can't be that single-minded. You have to look at the wider picture, and that includes considering the potential problems for your king when you haven't moved a single piece on that left side, on the king side of the board. Do players get to play each other more than once? No. So the tournament rules are that you can only play against the same player once in the tournament. There are some tournaments where you can play against the same player more than once, but this is like the normal for tournaments. G5? Good God, please don't tell me someone played G5. Oh no. Yeah, that's not a very good move, is it? And the thing is, if she wanted to go g5, she should have done it while the knight was still on c6. Here, g5 would have some point in that you're trying to kick the knight away so that you can go knight to d4 afterwards. But by playing knight to b4 and then g5, what's going to happen now is that after knight to d3, you're going to have to go back. And then you genuinely went back and forth for absolutely no reason whatsoever. But even if you get to this point, it's like, what is your plan moving forward? Are you going to play g4? Because if you do play g4, then you just allow your opponent access to this f5 square. And by the way, when you go g5, it means that you now have no pieces that can control the f5, no pawns that can control the f5 square. In fact, you also now have no pawns that can control the h5 square either. It's a massive weakening of your position. And you can see how Alexandra has all her pawns on the dark squares. And we should be very attentive when there's one color square that we have full control over. It often means that we need to prioritize the other color as well. So having such incredible dark squared control, one of our priorities here should be to regain control, or not regain, but increase control of the light squares as well. If you're controlling both the dark squares and the light squares, you're most likely going to win the game. That's how it works. But pawn to g5, while the idea is to try and chase the knight away to get access to the d4 square, it also just massively weakens the light squares that were already kind of the biggest problem you had in the position. Not to mention the fact that you can actually never go g4. The main reason pawn to g5 is so terrible is because the plan of going pawn to g4 next, if you manage to execute it, means that you lose the game. Like you went from having a position where you're clearly better to having a position where you now have extra weaknesses. But my concern isn't the move g5 in itself. She can go pawn to g4 without losing the game. The problem is that pawn to g5 lets us all know, and her opponent too, it's not a big secret. She wants to go pawn to g4. She wants to push further on. But now, anytime she pushes further on, she's going to allow her opponent easy access to the f5 square. So let's say something like, I mean, you can pretty much do anything here, but another problem is just bishop to h3, right? Which just immediately gets access to this square. And then you can't even get the bishop back to try and fight for some of these light squares control, because then white can just trade immediately. Okay, so say white goes rook to d2. If now you go pawn to g4, the eval bar will go massively over into white's favor, because after knight to h4, you get this knight to the f5 square. It's an incredible placement for the knight, and you're going to have a problem with your king safety moving forward. Yeah, no, this is it's a very bad move. Andrea plays queen to b4. I guess the point is now that if white goes pawn to a3, which she is likely to do, then Andrea can go for the queen trade. And now this idea of bishop to c2 will not just try and trade the bishop, but it actually threatens the knight because the pawn is no longer protecting. Okay, I kind of like this from Andrea. She's trying to provoke the opponent into playing this move, which seems like a nice move, but actually has a big disadvantage as Black's bishop escapes the trouble. Okay, I'm gonna take a little break. Um, it's a bad timing maybe to take a break. Well, disappointment dominates the stream as Alexandra pushes the pawn in front of her own king 2 steps forward, weakens the light squares, planning to make an even worse move coming up next. But in order to deal with my disappointments, I'm gonna have to find a snack. Uh, Andrea, on the other hand, I think is doing fine. I think her opponent will play a3, and I think Andrea will trade the queens, and she has a decent position. You should have put the merch video while he was away, but I'll do the merch promo in person then. Go to botezlive.shop or Actually, I don't remember what the link is, but probably you can find it with one of the commands. Actually, and we care more than we care about it was Botezlive.shop. What do you know? We're also looking for play testers, basically people to test out our game, or the game that Alexandra's company is developing. It's based on chess somehow with pieces moving, I think. But they need people to test it to see if it's going to be a success. And if you're interested in testing a new battle royale kind of style chess adventure, then go to the link in chat right now, the pinned message, to try and sign up. Chess 2.0, basically. We'll see. Queen to b4 for Andrea worked wonders. She correctly assessed that she would provoke her opponent into going pawn to a3. Then Andrea went for the queen trade. And now, because this pawn moved, the pawn is no longer protecting the knight, making bishop to c2 even more effective, as it's going to push the knight away. And also the knight was defending on d4, which is a very important pawn in white's position. And now it's going to have to move away from that protection, and Andrea can still try and get her knight up to make that pressure. So feeling good about Andrea's situation right now. And she does go for that bishop to c2 move. In the meantime, knight to e1 on Alexandra's board. Honestly, I'm kind of happy about this move because now at least we know Alexandra is not going to be able to push the pawn even further, which I think would have been an even bigger mistake. That being said, I do feel like this knight is planning a maneuvering towards the f5 square anyway. But also, I guess now we go knight to c6. We're threatening knight to d4. He's going to have to go knight to c2 to prevent that. And then we're going to sit here with our knights. And we're going to basically say that white will not be able to move his knight up, because anytime he moves his knight, we will be able to get into the middle. It's not the best strat, but it's what we have at this point. I suppose we could also, yeah, right now these black rooks are looking kind of dumb. Because white's pawn formation, even though they leave a lot of weak dark squares in their wake, it's just so annoying that we cannot make any pawn advances on the queen side. And we kind of have to reorganize this whole, both rooks need to come over to the other side. Maybe actually, I still kind of like this c6 plan. Obviously, I would have preferred doing this without the massive weakening that is the g5 move. But c6 followed by b5, at least we have a plan, and at least we're trying to make something happen, and we're trying to activate our rook and bishop, trying to give these pieces some breathing space. I would have much preferred this with the pawn further back. I can't really find any justification for this undo undue aggression. In Andrea's game, bishop d1 looks interesting, and it was played. Good call. Now the question is, should Andrea trade the bishop, trade the knight, or move away? All of them have their points. I'm just going to guess moving away based on what we know about Andrea as a person. But I kind of like taking the knight. It's not very often you'll take the knight when given a straight choice, whether you want a bishop or a knight. But the thing is, the knight is such an important defender of the d4 square that I think the knight is just more important than the bishop in this situation. Also, both players have 7 pawns, and it doesn't look like there are going to be any pawn trades anytime soon. And basically, the more pawns on the board, the better the knights are in comparison with the bishop. Alexandra's game actually being quite a good illustration of that fact. So I'm going to go with bishop takes knight. And then after the recapture, I kind of like... So I want to get my knight attacking this pawn in the middle of the board. But if I go knight to h6 now, I'm scared what happens if pawn to g4. Because the pawn then prevents me from following my knight path. And if I can't do that, what is this knight really doing? Then I'm going to have to go back and go all the way over to the other side. So I don't really want that to happen. I'm considering bishop to h6 because we just gave white the 2 bishops, so-called bishop pair. But then going for a bishop trade is a very sensible thing to do in response. Although also here I would be concerned about the trade followed by g4. And then I'm going to have to spend a lot of time for this knight to maneuver around. But at least then white doesn't have the 2 bishops as a good force afterwards. But the move I'm kind of liking the best is pawn to h5. Because then I'll be able to go with my knight to h6 afterwards, headed for that f5 square next. And the big benefit of having played this h5 move first is that then white is not able to go g4. They cannot take control of the square that I want to move my knight to, because I have that square under control with my pawn and with my knight. So interesting decision here for Andrea with 3 very clear choices. But I'm going to go with taking the knight as the top choice, followed by this very clever pawn to h5. He did knight d2. Yeah, first Alexandra made a move, right? So Alexandra went, well, he played knight to e1. Alexandra tried to go after this d4 square. And then her opponent says, no, you may not have access, and moved his knight around. Alexandra's opponent is playing quite well the past 5 moves. And Alexandra has shown some lack of patience in her play. Also, Alexandra ended up having to go back and forth with the knight. At least she understood it herself, but we already said it when knight to b4 was played that this was a mistake. But Like I thought it was a mistake because she wanted to go c6 b5, but when she follows up with g5, it's like it makes no sense because then you could have, if you wanted to play g5, you could have done it here when the knight was closer to the d4 square. But g5 was not, it was never really, yeah, Alexandra, like this was a mistake. And then this was a mistake. So she made two mistakes in a row, and you have to watch out for that. Because in chess, if you make one mistake, you're more likely to follow up with another mistake afterwards. And the reasoning there is that if you make a mistake, it's all often because you don't understand what's important in the position. And then you're more likely to make another mistake because you've already showcased a lack of understanding or a lack of urgency or whatever it is that first mistake was. The first mistake is a sign of you not understanding what's important in the position and thereby also increasing the likelihood of another mistake following with that same misconception you have. Did Alexandra's game start off as a King's Indian? No, Alexandra's game is a French King's Indian attack. And now it looks like, I'm not sure what it looks like. It's just very strange. Andrea has hammer in her head talking about the bishop pair. Yeah, maybe. Respecting the bishops is a good general rule, but here trying to take out some of the defenders of the weak d4 pawn takes priority. That being said, I don't think like if Andrea trades bishops, that's also completely fine. It's not like she's going to be in major trouble here, no matter what she chooses. But I like bishop takes knight just because it helps formulate a good plan for black to target the d4 pawn. What about taking the light squared bishop? Then the opponent is stuck with the dark squared bishop. Ooh, that's an interesting conversation to be had. So try here, try here, there on, try there. They're making the argument that if you trade the bishops, White's remaining bishop will be on the same square as all of their, the same color as all of their pawns. And that's quite a good point. Yeah, no, that's a good point. But the problem then becomes what is going to be the placement for black's pieces? Because now trying to get the knight to the f5 square is completely worthless because you cannot exert any pressure on the d4 pawn with white having three pieces defending it. I suppose you could go over here. Yeah, this is an okay way to play as well. But to your question, I guess I agree that the bishop is worse or kind of supposed to be bad because of the formation of the pawns. But in this scenario, white is okay having one bishop that's not perfectly placed when all the other things in the position is going in white's favor, such as a knight that can jump up to c5, being the first one to control the c file. Black is still behind in development. So it's just about one strategic element being more important than another. And that's going to happen. And that's also some of the most difficult things to consider and understand in chess. Andrea up on the clock. Yeah. But Andrea was actually 25 minutes up on the clock earlier, and now it's down to 10 minutes. But we're happy to see her having more time than her opponent. But both of them are spending too much time. We've only played 14 moves on Andrea's board. It's only move 14. And they spent over half their allotted time. So this is going to be a tremendous time scramble. What are the rules of the E5 white piece? So you can do the en passant move. If Andrea goes pawn to F5 now, basically, if the pawn makes a two-step move where it could have been captured if it was a one-step move, then you can capture it as if it was a one-step move. This is the en passant special move. But you cannot capture the black pawn on d5 because you only get the opportunity to make the special en passant move the exact time the opposing pawn uses their two square move. So taking en passant against the black pawn is not possible because this pawn arrived at that square before white moved theirs forward. And even if en passant was allowed previously, once you don't use the en passant right you forgo that opportunity in the future as well. Why wouldn't Emilia just take the c2 bishop? She would, but I needed to have an example for explaining the en passant rule, as that was the question. You forgo that opportunity in the future with only that piece or every pawn after that? No, only that pawn. So if the same situation occurs later, you still can do the en passant. There's not a limit on how many you can do. It's just that it's only possible after your opponent's pawn moves 2 steps forward. And then if you could have captured it normally, if it went 1 step forward, you can still capture it as if it went 1 step forward. Even if it passes you. It's a rule that's implemented to make sure that pawns cannot kind of pass each other like ships in the night. You can't get past the opponent's pawn without there ever being an opportunity for a capture one way or another. A special move en passant against another special move 2 steps forward. Yeah, I guess playing the pawn 2 steps forward is so normalized that we don't even think about it as a special move, but it kind of is. Okay, so after playing this horrendous first playing knight to b4 and having to go back where she came from, and then playing this horrendous pawn to g5. Suddenly, Alexandra just decided, oh, I'm going to play normally again. And her position is kind of okay. But imagine if she had just here decided to go rook e8. Like she could have had so many more moves available for her planning if she had just found the right plan immediately. So instead of finding the right plan, she found the wrong plan. And then she kind of got stuck. And then she played a second wrong plan. And then she realized, oh, I'm not doing this great. And she decided to retreat back. She made up for her one mistake. Unfortunately, she can't make up the pawn mistake because pawns don't move backwards. But she did find a good way of trying to get her rooks into the game again. And I kind of liked this rook to b8 idea she had earlier. But after the excellent pawn to a4 from white, the rooks were not doing anything there. And so to see them find more central placements is great. One thing I will say about this game is that something seems off with Alexandra compared to the previous games, in that she has regularly had a 50-minute time advantage in her games, and now she only has a 6-minute time advantage. But we're not going to criticize her for sensibly spending her time. But it could be a sign of her not trusting her instincts as much today as she has been the other days. Andrea goes for the trade of bishops. So she is respectful of her opponent's bishop pair. But on this occasion, I kind of feel like the trade bishop for knight would have been an okay exception to the rule of respecting the bishops. Did Alexandra win yesterday? Yeah. She has 3 wins in 3 games so far. I think Alexandra did not know what to do after her opponent played a4, and she's now trying to correct her mistakes. I think that's a very, very good summation, Nothar. And this is still like a tricky position with chances for both sides. Alexandra is a little better, but both players can win. What move are they both on? Alexandra is pretty far along. They're on move 20, while Andrea is on move 15. White has knight to c5 now. Yeah, I agree. Knight to c5 is a very serious concern Andrea needs to address. In fact, now that I'm thinking about it, Andrea should address this concern immediately and play pawn to b6, thereby preventing any sort of shenanigans the white knight can do moving forward. And then after bishop to e3, I kind of want to go king to d7, but I'm scared of knight to g5 to try and start an attack against the pawn. on f7. So here, I'm kind of liking pawn to h6. It's kind of strange play, but we're basically making sure that the king can contribute here in protecting the knight. We're preventing that we're essentially securing the king a very good placement on the d7 square, not having to deal with any of the knights coming forward to try and attack that king. I really like these two pawn moves. I think this is a very, very good plan. Neutralizing this knight, and then afterwards we can just get the rook into the game, which will neutralize the two rooks pointing down towards our king. For now, the knights are defending each other. I really like this plan for Andrea, but this is kind of high level strats, is my suspicion. Big drawish energy? I disagree. I think there are excellent chances to win that. Partly because of what was said earlier, that white has a lot of their pawns on the dark squares and they have a dark squared bishop. And that's not the perfect combination for controlling the light squares. So Andrea just needs to get her pieces into the game, and then she can gradually exploit her long-term advantages. Andrea has good long-term stuff, but she has very bad short-term. So she needs to neutralize white in the short term, and then she can focus on the long-term advantages. Okay, Alexandra has moved. No, her opponent moved. My bad. It was his move. That's his right. Rook to d2. I think white is preparing to do both rooks on the same file, but I'm not sure that's necessarily such a good idea. I would love to see Alexandra playing this bishop back to c8. I think the bishop over here, it's not really doing much, and these two pawns are protecting each other. I often like to say that a bishop's worst enemy is a pawn protected by another pawn. Those are really, really difficult to get past. So let's look for a better future for the bishop. And I have a long-term plan in mind. Bishop back, white completes their plan. And now the move I criticized so much earlier, I'm actually going to do it here. Because white isn't in a position to get the knight to the f5 square, because anytime this knight tries to move over, then our knight can move in and just be amazing in the center of the board. And since we have so many of our pawns on the dark squares, we do generally want to put more pawns on the light squares to have some light squared influence as well. And then white is kind of stuck trying to find a good plan. And while white is stuck, we're just going to try and gradually push our pawns up with the queen close by to keep our own king protected. And this would be a very, very good position for Alexandra. And notice how white's knight is stuck on c2, because anytime it moves, Alexandra will be able to get her knight up and into the game. And this is something we talked about earlier, how important it is for Alexandra to make sure that the knights are not traded, because she can have her knight in a good position while it's also forcing the opponent to be in a bad position, because anytime the opponent tries to go into a good position, it will allow Alexandra to go from good to incredible in the middle of the board. Pawn to a5, played by Andrea. Apparently, that's the computer's top choice. Wow. Great move from Andrea. And I'm starting to realize why this is so good. If now bishop to e3, Andrea will just continue forward with the pawn. And if the knight moves up, Andrea can just capture that knight with her bishop. And after that trade, the white pawn will be standing in the way of white's rooks, and white is unable to get the pressure down the open file like they were hoping because their own pawn is blocking their path. Very interesting. And then I assume you go h6 because you want to take control of the dark squares? No. Knight a5? Okay, so you just continue forward with the knights. And actually here, potentially in the future, you can have a situation where both these black knights just become monsters. Like imagine this scenario in the future with both knights protected by the pawns. And also there's no white pawns that can ever set itself in a position to chase the knights away. Alexandra is going, no, sorry, Andrea is going all in on that light squared control strategy. Notice how all of these pieces are on the light squares. We've completely ignored the dark squares. But the thing is, white's bishop on its own is not able to create too much trouble. And yeah, it's completely dominating inside black's half, but it's not actually doing anything. Okay, very, very encouraging to see Andrea finding the best move. And also, finding the best move at this stage is putting so much pressure on the opponent because Emilia needs to play quicker now. There's no choice. And when you play good moves, when your opponent has to go play quickly, it really increases the likelihood of them making a mistake. I think Emilia just went one step with the bishop. And now let's see Andrea continuing forward. Bishop to d2 was much better than the thing I was suggesting though, because now after a4, knight forward and trade. Now there's no knight maneuvering its way up because anytime we move the knight to the side, it just gets captured by the white bishop. So d2 feels like it was a better square for that piece. That being said, if Andrea now goes pawn to a4 and the knight moves forward, there might be an option here for black to do a removal of the defender tactic. The knight can capture the pawn. That pawn was defended, but if the recapture happens, then we've eliminated the defender of the forwardmost white knight. And here, Andrea would have an extra pawn. And the knight could continue capturing black pawns, but then we go for the trade and white has a really ugly pawn structure. It's equal on number of pawns, but there's a big difference in how black's pawns work together compared to white's. And we're going to test this out because Andrea has played her pawn to a4. In the meantime, Alexandra goes king h7. I guess that's fine. And her opponent does not go rook d1. He goes queen d1. It's kind of mysterious. I'm assuming Alexandra's going to do something like queen g6 soon, but I would really like her to move this bishop back. Something I'm concerned about is that after queen g6, white has bishop to h3, and the bishop is trying to come into that very, very crucial f5 square. And Well, we don't want to let the bishop come in and get a hold of our queen and king on the same diagonal, but we also don't want to trade our bishop because that bishop is basically the only thing that can control light squares in our position. And the third choice, capturing the pawn in the center, that's going to work out very poorly because the bishop just returns. And what's brilliant here is that white just lost the pawn, but the queen has to move, and then the bishop takes the knight. And there was no way for black to keep both the queen and the knight protected, really showcasing how bad this pawn is for the bishop. Like that pawn is the bishop's biggest nightmare. And I'm surprised white hasn't made more of an effort to try and get the bishop back into the game, which kind of makes me think king to h7 is a mistake. Because after king to h7, it was basically screaming out for white to get their bishop into the black camp, but also giving a check on the king. Okay, the knight has retreated on Andrea's board. Andrea continues quickly. She goes knight a5. I don't really like that because this bishop, as we were talking about earlier, this bishop is on the same colored square as all of white's pawns. So this bishop doesn't really have a very good future because most of its potential placements is going to be blocked by its own pawns. For instance, if you go king up, the bishop can move in here, but it's protecting, but it's not doing anything other than protecting. So knight to a5, I think is a very controversial choice. I personally don't like it at all. Emilia, she just goes for the trade. Andrea takes back. The advantage of that knight move, though, is that Andrea kind of had too many knights. And now that she got rid of one of them, she can have the other one really well placed on this c6 square. So Andrea had one incredibly good square for the knights, but she had two knights, and two knights can't share a square. So now, at least since she traded the knight, she only has one knight to get to that c6 square. On the other hand, if Andrea now doesn't immediately rush the knight over to c6, then she's going to be in massive trouble because this knight is needed to make sure that the white rooks are unable to infiltrate on this open c file. You need to basically plunge the hole, putting the knight on c6 defended by a pawn, and then the rooks cannot get access. What's happening for Alexandra? Alexandra played queen to g7. So Alexandra is trying to do this g4 plan, but she's doing it in a very poor way. She's not realizing that this bishop is out of play because everything she did here, it seems like she wants to go g4, but the way she's doing it is allowing white to go bishop to h3 every single time. And she's also not being very coy about her intentions. It's very clear to the opponent that she wants to go g4. And just realizing what your opponent's plan is often leads to you kind of accidentally playing the good move to try and prevent the opponent's plan. So yeah, no, this is just, she doesn't realize that both the bishops are out of play. And the important light square on the board by far is the square on f5. So it's essentially a race for whose bishop can take control over this f5 square first. And this race honestly has kind of been going on for a very long time. It's basically been going on since Alexandra made her g5 mistake. Already here, white should have tried to activate the bishop by going in towards the f5 square, which is a square where there are no black pawns that can chase you away. And so there's a race for who gets control of this diagonal first. But it's like, how do I say this nicely? It's a race where neither one of the players realize that the starting sign has gone off. I'm not sure. Like, Alexandra has played 7 moves where she could have gone bishop to c8, and her opponent has played what, 8 moves, maybe 7 moves, where he could have done the same and prevented it. But wow, look at that. Alexandra does go bishop to c8 in the end. So just as we were talking about it, it happened. And bishop to c8, that's a great move. And Alexandra wins the race. There's not going to be any white bishop making it to the f5 square. But damn, yeah, they both had so many opportunities to both execute the white plan and for black to prevent the plan. But now Alexandra is on the right track, and I'm feeling more optimistic again. Moves are suddenly coming in very quickly, no? We've had such a slow pace for most of the game, and now on both boards, they really sped up. I need to zoom in to see what the move was. Okay, he doubled the rooks. That makes sense. But now, Alexandra, I don't think she needs to care about these rooks. I don't think they're going to do that much damage. I'd like to see her revert to the plan I was talking about earlier, with pawn to g4 followed by queen to g5, and then push the pawn up along the side of the board. I don't like this king placement. I think the king is misplaced. The queen moving back, I don't like that either. I want the queen here. So the king is misplaced because there are many opportunities where there might come a check on the diagonal. The queen is misplaced because in some variations, you can imagine the knight coming in to attack the queen. So like these 2 pieces are misplaced and you want to push the pawns. But on the other hand, these 2 pieces landed where they are because they moved there. But once again, it's one of those situations where you played the wrong plan and you're just going to have to realize you made a mistake and then try and correct. The good news is that nothing is happening here anytime soon. So you do have the time, as in available moves, to correct your mistakes without your opponent breaking through with some attack or something like that. Okay, King H8. Speaking of misplaced pieces, so Alexandra realizes her mistakes and or mistake, and she corrects it. And she's keeping a very, very firm pace, which could be stressing out her opponent. Alexandra, Borg defense specialist. What is the Borg defense? Is that something I should be familiar with? Or is it just something you made up? Um, Oh, Andrea did go with the knight to e7. She's trying to get to the c6 square ASAP. And her opponent plays knight c5. Ooh, very sneaky. Very sneaky. If Andrea now moves her pawn forward, then the knight will actually just continue into the heart of black's position, attacking the rook. The rook moves away, but then the knight check on the king and attack on the pawn. The king has to leave, which means the pawn will be undefended for a very nice breakthrough and a winning position for white. So Andrea has to be very, very careful of this trap. But I'm thinking, why don't we just continue with our knight? And if knight takes pawn, now we can go rook to b5. The difference is that now our bishop controls the d6 square. So anytime you try to go there, we can just take it and then take back. And now, if we're super good, which I like to think I am, we don't go here, we don't go here, but instead we play pawn to f6. Oh my God, that's so good. We're understanding that the priority here is to prevent the white knight from getting into the game. And once we prevent that by pushing our pawn forward, we have all the time in the world to use our king to capture this white pawn and use our rook to capture this one. And the computer says this is a winning position for black, despite black being down a number of pawns right now. It's not about how many pawns we have now. It's about how many pawns we have in 5 moves. And in 5 moves, we're going to have time to take this one and take this one, because we're going to get the other rook across as well. And not to mention, our king will be much more centralized than white's. Just everything working out there. Andrea tries a similar plan. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, this is very bad. This is very bad. Andrea goes with a knight to f5. That's not the good square for the knight. We needed the knight over here. f5, that's not the good square, because now it's possible for white to chase us away so easily in the future. Although I am realizing that I thought this was bad because of pawn to g4, but pawn to g4 is not good because we can sacrifice our knight against the protector of the c5 knight, and then we can recapture here afterwards. A very sneaky remove the defender strat there. So that's not the immediate concern. But I wonder, what if something like pawn to b4? Pawn to b4 takes back, and now pawn to g4 next. Something like this would be very favorable for white. But the thing is, we can try and counterattack the knight. Okay, apparently we cannot counterattack the knight. I don't know. I don't think f5. I think my general consideration is that I think this square for the black knight is very bad because it's so easy for white to kick us away later on. And I'm scared that the white rooks will be able to invade along the c file when we don't have the knight here just blocking everything. She already played. Oh, she just went back. That's not so scary. Okay, good for Andrea then. She managed to force her, well, force is a bit strong, but she managed to provoke her opponent into going back. Ironically, oh no, actually, this is not great. Probably the best move for Andrea here is knight to e7 because she needs to get the knight to the c6 square. Otherwise, the rooks are just going to invade. So if Andrea goes bishop to e7 now, that's a big, big mistake because then the knight can no longer make its way over. And then the rooks are just going to be devastating. Okay, computer is not agreeing with my devastating statement, but it is saying it's better for white at least. I really, really like this knight over here to try and just make sure that the two white rooks are doing nothing, even if they're pointing down. Okay, it would appear that the clocks have broken. Unfortunately. So the clocks might not be correct anymore. In Andrea's game, anyway. Okay, in Alexandra's game, Alexandra went rook f8. I really don't like that. Rook f8 is the kind of move you make if you want to go pawn to f5. But why would you ever want to go pawn to f5 here if that just opens up for your opponent's bishop? I'm not sure I like that. And in response, Alexandra's opponent has gone knight to e3, which is a huge, huge moment in the game. So he was scared of Alexandra going pawn to f5. I'm not sure it was a good idea to begin with. And frankly, if it was a good idea, why didn't you do it immediately? Why would you need the rook to help out? Because the bishop was already anyway. Rook to f8 was played, clearly with some kind of intention of pawn to f5. And Alexandra's opponent says, no, you cannot do that. I'll move my knight to make sure that doesn't happen. However, this has now released the protection of the d4 square. So Alexandra can now push her knight up to this very, very nice central square. But white is also preparing to make a trade against that knight immediately afterwards. Hmm. Yeah, and this is what has happened. I don't know how to assess this. Personally, I would say white is quite a bit better here because we don't have enough knights. We would love to have two knights to work together so that if one of them gets traded off, we can replace it with another. But white has two knights. We only have one. And the thing is, both players have very nice outposts for the knight. But with white having the extra one, white is now in a position to make the trade and then get their knight into the good square. And we could easily see something like this happening, where I think white is better due to the black bishop being kind of stuck behind its own pawns, whereas white's bishop can come to a defended square in the center and point towards the black king. Yeah, white. I think white is quite a bit better here. Alexandra goes bishop to c5. Ooh, that's a good decision. Good decision. Very good decision. Pawn to c5, like I did on the analysis board, this is a huge mistake because you don't want to have a pawn in the good square. That's a big mistake. You should rather try and have a bishop in the center. And the trade between the knights have happened, And Alexandra gets something similar to what we looked at earlier, but with a big difference being the bishop is now the big beast instead of there being a pawn. And the bishop is much, much better. And now the question is, after knight to f5, what do we do here? Do we make the trade or do we actually go queen f6? I'm thinking we go queen f6. And we say, okay, you may be allowed to trade my amazing bishop, but in return, you end up in a situation where all your pawns are on the light squares and they're going to be blocking your bishops all over, your bishop all over. It's kind of like the complete opposite of the situation we had in the last variation I analyzed, where it was black's bishop that was being blocked by its own pawns. And here we managed to have the same theme happen, but with white being the one in having the worst of it. Isn't it better than passed pawn? No. But I understand why you would think so. It's just a difficult strategic thing where the activity of the bishop matters more than the benefit of having the strong pawns. Okay, knight to f5 has been played. Alexandra captures that one pretty quickly. I do think moving the queen there would have been interesting. But I do also like this bishop in the middle of the board. I don't like that we allowed this bishop to become much, much better, though. Yeah, no, I don't like that trade because we now we enabled the white bishop. Yeah, we let the white bishop become so good right now. And the bishop is just going to set up camp here. And while our bishop is fantastic, white's bishop is so good as well. This might be a draw. Both players have a good bishop, and then it's difficult to make progress. But yeah, the pace of the games have gone up so much. Pawn to f6, that's a huge mistake from Alexandra. I have no idea why she would do that. So the problem here is that white's bishop, like almost all your pawns are on the dark squares. So you have very, very little control of the light squares in your position. And the reason I'm saying f6 is such a huge mistake is because the one pawn that offered you some light square control, you move off the light square and now you weaken the light squares so much by doing that. Also, you take away a good square for your queen or maybe even your king. The king could have been good there in the future. So f6 is just a horrible, horrible move. It's not bad enough that Alexandra is going to lose the game, but like on general, the positional strategic principles, it's a move that really you shouldn't even really consider that move if you think about how your bishop is on the dark squares and how you're lacking control of the light squares. You should never move the pawn away from the light squared control. Okay, rook to d6. Alexandra's just gonna put everything on the d file, and I suspect this game is gonna be a draw. But that's gonna feel like a bit of a disappointment, given that Alexandra was ahead right from the opening. But I think this is a very, very interesting game to analyze because a lot of instructive mistakes were made. And a lot of the mistakes, even though they were instructive, they were not obvious. So I think there's a lot you can learn from studying this game. Have I missed any moves in Andrea's game? I guess I have. It's just it's difficult to focus on both games at the same time when so much is going on. Andrea's opponent goes pawn to g4, kicks the knight back. Oh my God, what a present for Andrea. Her opponent is misunderstanding the important elements in the position. Her opponent is kicking the knight back, but I was screaming for Andrea to move that knight back earlier anyway, because that knight really did belong on the c6 square instead. And after pawn to g5, Andrea also gets the bishop kicked back to where it can have the most influence, and in particular, where the bishop can take control of the c5 square. I feel like Andrea got a little bit help there. She Amelia, she forced Andrea into finding the good plan. That being said, I do want to mention that now after knight to c5, my idea of knight to c6 is not as good because after takes, rook comes in, check, take, take. This is almost identical to what we analyzed earlier, where black was winning according to the computer, but now white is winning. And the only difference is the placement of the white pawn. But the fact that white's pawn has advanced actually means that our key move, the brilliant move that enabled us to win earlier, pawn to f6, taking control of the e5 square, preventing the white knight from moving forward there, well, now that move is just not good because it just gets captured. So that's a really interesting difference. However, Amelia doesn't test Andrea on the knight c5 tactical variations. Instead, rook to c1 is played, and now Andrea gets her knight to its good location. Knight to c6, that's where that knight belongs. And I think Andrea is going to win this. She's going to put the king on d7. She's going to go bishop to e7. And because this white pawn on the king side has advanced so far, Andrea doesn't need to get this rook over to the right side. Instead, now she can just push her pawn forward in the future, get a get a trade between these two pawns, and then activate her rook here along the left side of the board instead. So by going forward with the pawn, white has made it easier for the black rook to get into the game in a good way. So I really like Andrea's position right now. In the meantime, lots of moves being made in Alexandra's game. Her opponent moves bishop back to offer extra protection to the rook, but also give the king a good square afterwards. And then queen to d7. Alexandra is tripling up on the d file, but her opponent moves the king, and now there's no more checks from the bishop in towards the king. Alexandra should probably, she's going to go for the win. I mean, we know her well enough to know that. So I guess, but I'm not sure how you go for the win here. I guess you bring the king forward and then maybe you try and advance. I don't see that really having a future. Maybe go for the queen trade, I think. Go for the queen trade and then you try and move your king up here. Yeah, I think this is how she has to go if she wants to try and win this. Honestly, not a bad attempt, though. It's a very clear path for the king. And if white's king tries to do something similar, then we can just go pawn to h5. and we prevent the king from moving forward here. It's almost certainly going to be a draw, but the queen trade would be clever. At least then you have a plan. Um, yeah. Do chess players develop neck and back issues? Um, I would think so, but I don't think it's because of playing chess. It's going to be more about analyzing chess and, sitting in front of a computer 6 hours a day because of carrying their big old brains. Yeah, Shaydock, famously a chess player problem. The truth is, chess players don't have a bigger brain than other people. It's just that we fill our brain with chess, which is why chess players also are famously dumb in every other area because our brains are all full. Full of dumbness? No, it's not full of dumbness. It's just that dumbness is lack of knowledge, right? Dumbness isn't its own dumb knowledge. It's just lack thereof, emptiness. I like you, Hammer. Who are you? I am a chess grandmaster from Norway. I was once number 40 in the world. I'm not anymore. And I am a full time chess commentator. That's not what was played. For Botezlive, for Hikaru Nakamura, and Norwegian television. So here, Andrea goes for this pawn to h6 move, which is what we talked about earlier. Because white went aggressive with their pawns, Andrea gets a very easy way of activating her rook because it's so easy for her to trade off the pawn that is blocking the rook's path. Norway broadcasts chess on TV. Yes. It's a niche channel. It's like a sports channel, but it's a real TV studio and everything. I bet Hammer makes the big bucks for his chess commentary. Yeah, that's me. Getting rich off chess. Yeah, no, I'm comfortable, but I wouldn't mind. Everyone wants more, right? It's just the natural state of things. The medium bucks. Yes, thank you, Mango. Definitely make more commentating than actually playing, though. Yes. No, I can promise I make 5 times more doing commentary than playing. It's just no contest. But it is because of that discrepancy, I basically don't play chess tournaments anymore, which is kind of sad. But those who can't do teach, as the old saying goes. And those who can't teach stream. Wow, shots fired, Sug. Damn. And those who can't stream are Twitch viewers. As long as we know where we stand on the food chain, huh? Uh, we've had such a chaotic 15 minutes, I feel like. And then suddenly now no moves are coming in. Amelia is down to less than 10 minutes. And Alexandra's behind on the clock for the first time in the entire tournament. Andrea actually is up 15 minutes as the game is going into the time scramble. The it's incredible. She just decided not to spend as much time. I didn't know that was a thing. If she could just decide not to spend time, why didn't she do it earlier? Isn't Alexandra's game a dead draw? It's probably going to end up as a draw, but we're hoping that Alexandra goes for the queen trade, and then she has a nice path for her king into White's half of the board. So this is what we're hoping is going to happen. Alexandra has won 3 out of 3 endgames so far this tournament. But no, she goes with the queen to e7 instead. I guess she's just going to trade the rooks and make a draw. Hey, Joe. How are you doing? Where we think Alexandra is keeping her unbeaten streak, but we don't think she's going to win, unfortunately. Andrea, on the other hand, we do think she's going to win. Her opponent is down to 7 minutes, 8 minutes. Ooh, she took controversial decision, in my opinion. The only sensible thing to do here is to go pawn to h4 and then trade, but at least all the pawns are still kind of talking to each other. Although computer didn't like that. My issue with pawn takes pawn is that now after rook takes, actually maybe even bishop takes. But now this pawn on h3 is standing all by its lonesome on the edge of the board. Cannot be defended by other pawns, a so-called isolated pawn. And we're not fans of that. Andrea takes with a bishop. I don't know about that. Because I kind of like the bishop where it was because it was controlling the c5 square and making sure that we weren't getting a nasty visitor. And this rook wanted to move anyway. Like rook up, defend the pawn, and get ready for another rook. We're kind of just helping white's plans. And then the knight can come up. Yeah, I don't like this bishop move. Computers thinks it was the best choice though. I just don't see what you're doing next. Ah, you can go king d7 and then b6. Ah, and then you prevent the knight from getting to the c5 square, and you prevent the rooks from doubling. And you keep your knight protected. Oh my God. How do you castle there? Your king was so perfect in the center of the board, and the rook was so good, putting pressure down the side. What? By the way, castling on move 27. I mean, her sister is Alexandra, so it's probably not a family record, but that's some pretty solid late castling. Not a fan of it, but I respect the record breaking. Knight to h2. So the knight is going to come here. There's nothing Andrea can do to stop it. Andrea really wants to increase the pressure on this pawn. And one of the squares she can do that from is the f4 square. If she can get her rook here, she can attack the pawn. So right now, I'm thinking we preempt the white knight coming in. We go bishop g7 and then pawn f6. And after these trades, we're ready to go rook f4 and go after this guy. Okay, I kind of like this. Alexandra is still thinking. She's spending so much time right now. Alexandra needs to realize that her king is not safe. Part of the reason her king is not safe is because she moved this pawn up. If this pawn was just further back, the bishop would not be able to insert itself to the g6 square. But if Alexandra just moves back and forth here, this is going to be a big disaster. Because then the rook will open up along the edge of the board. And there's going to be some unpleasantness. So I'm going to say it's time to admit your mistake for like a third or fourth time in the game. Go back with the queen, and then when the bishop comes in, you go queen c6. And the queen cannot escape because you need have the king behind it, and you force the queen trade. And then afterwards, you just run. If he tries to attack over here, you just run. 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 And then when the king gets all the way over here, like this pawn is in grave danger. I could easily see Alexandra winning this. I could easily see me winning this against a grandmaster. This is actually kind of good for black. I think it's important to admit your mistake here. What did she do? Pawn c6. And the bishop went back. Why? Andrea. Oh, I didn't move back. Andrea went with her rook back. I'm so confused by this play. Didn't we like the rook? Couldn't that guy attack over here or attack here? I feel like this is just spending time moving the rook to a worse square. Bishop moves up, but now the knight can attack the bishop. Computer still thinks Andrea's position is quite a bit better. So I'm probably being too hard, but I at the same time I feel like the reason her position is always better is just because this knight defended by the pawn always makes sure that the white rooks can never really do anything. Emilia has really increased her pace though. The last couple of moves, she did all of them in 30 seconds. It's not super difficult, I guess. Wait. She went after the knight, and I just assumed the knight was going to go up to attack the bishop, but knight g2 instead. So I guess we go rook, but which rook? I guess rook to c8. We want to take control of the open file. What is Alexandra's queen doing over here? What was the move in the meantime? Oh no, it was her turn. Queen to a7. Remember when Andrea's opponent, I think it was round one, he went queen to a7 like twice. And both times it was like the queen moves far away from the king, and your king is in grave, grave danger. I'm hoping we don't see a similar thing here, but I'm not sure how Alexandra is planning to respond to pawn to h4. Pawn to h4, trying to create some weaknesses around the king. And now Alexandra doesn't have the choice of trading queens anymore. What should Alexandra do next? I don't even know. I think she just needs to make a draw. She thinks she needs to move the queen back. Or rather, in this position, she should just go back, and then this is an easy draw. Should be an easy draw, but she's down a pawn, so she'll have to defend. But she's not going to go for the draw, though. If there's anything we know about the oldest Miss Botez, draw is not really part of it. Wait. No, she didn't go queen a7. She went queen d7, bishop back, and then queen a7. I don't know if that makes any big difference. Pawn to f4 in the meantime. Yeah, Andrea did go rook to c8. Andrea is about to take over control of the c file. If Andrea can just go knight to a5 now, she's going to win the game. But the problem is Emilia, in the meantime, she will go pawn to f4, attack the bishop. The bishop will have to go back. Oh my God! Bishop d8! Bishop d8, and then you go with the bishop over here. That's brilliant. Oh, is that what she was planning? Let's go, Andrea. Oh, you know what? I think she was planning that already when she went bishop to g5. I just didn't realize. That may have been the plan altogether. That was super clever to get the bishop all over to the other side. I was just focused on this e7 square because I'm so concerned about a knight getting here. But getting the bishop across, that's better. And she did it. That was her plan. And now rook to c1 is not going to work, even though the rooks are trying to work against the black rook. Uh, Black's bishop then would just surround the d4 pawn. And this is the pawn we talked about basically the entire game. We talked about the pawn on e5 and how that pawn was going to block the black bishop, but how that meant the priority was putting this pressure in against the d4 pawn early on. And Andrea did use her queen for that. She tried getting her knight up here as well, but it turns out the key was the bishop. And with the huge bishop maneuvering over to the other side, and I think that's going to be the game. There's nothing Emilia can do against bishop to b6. The threat against the pawn on d4 is too much to cope with, and Andrea's going to win this game. Well done. Next game, Andrea against sister. No, that's not going to happen because they're not going to have the same amount of points. Hopefully. Alexandra is going to have half a point more. I wonder if Alexandra has realized that she should go for the draw. Her opponent is kind of moving back and forth. Oh, actually, Alexandra went queen d7. Her opponent went with the bishop back. She went queen a7. And the opponent is now just walking back and forth with the bishop. So Alexandra can get a draw here. Her opponent is just interested in moving back and forth. But then she needs to make the realization that a draw is a good result here and not to overpress. And that's not really Alexandra's style. Yeah, he's literally going back and forth. Oh no, maybe he used the queen this time. Yeah, because he wants to control the h5 square. But now queen d7 and then queen e4. Oh, Alexandra, please just make a draw. I realized the opening was a success. You feel bad that you couldn't exploit it. But this game, it was riddled with mistakes. There's so much interesting things to learn from it. But for now, the most important thing is learning how not to ruin the win streak and just getting half a point from this game. Alexandra did say a draw kept her undefeated streak going. Yeah, and she also for the final round in the Charlotte tournament, she also did say I realized I needed to just make a draw and stop being silly. So she has had some occasions where she's like, okay, I should probably just do the draw. Although, now that I'm thinking about it, what about queen d7, queen up, and then b5? Or are we not? We could go for the win here. On the other hand, now we're also just opening up more space for white to attack our king in the future. Yeah, I'm not super fond of that. In the meantime, on Andrea's board, Andrea just needs to go bishop to b6 and it's GG's. She has a nice little tactic here. Bishop to b6, attacking the pawn. If the knight comes to defend the pawn, then knight takes pawn anyway. Because not only do we have the threat against the pawn, we also open up between the rooks. If the knight recaptures, we can take the rook because it turns out the knight is pinned, so it cannot recapture. And if white tries to take black's rook first, then we take the knight, check on the king. King moves up, tries to recapture the knight. We can take the rook, but then we lose our knight. So we just move the knight, check, move the knight, check, and then we take the rook. And we have an extra bishop. So easy tactics, easy win for Andrea coming up after bishop to b6. In the meantime, Alexandra is trying to go h5. It's not the worst idea. And it is kind of keeping the opponent on his toes. But yeah, the opponent didn't want to allow that, went with the bishop to attack. I guess she's going to go queen to d7. No, queen to b7. Yeah, Alexandra doesn't want to draw, does she? She's probably going to lose. At no point has pushing for a win when the position doesn't justify it worked out for her. But I think the problem is she's not necessarily incredible at realizing what is justifiable risk or not. Andrea, bishop to b6. Let's go. Pointing in towards the king, pointing in towards the pawn. And if now the knight comes in to defend, Andrea will have a very, very sweet sacrifice to get that confidence up and running for the remainder of the tournament. Okay, I'm just going to ignore Alexandra for a moment. I don't want to see the sad moment when she does something crazy. I just want her to make the draw. In the meantime, I'll enjoy Andrea getting her win. Emilia down to 4 minutes on the clock. Well, much less than 4 minutes now. And there's no way to defend the pawn in the center of the board. Three players went 4-0 so far. Yeah, I don't see Alexandra being one of them. I'm just hoping she'll be on 3.5 points out of 4. It's not the end of the world if she doesn't win the back to back to back, even though it would be very, very cool. Alexandra is ranked as the 20 or something in this tournament. The fact that she's on 3 points out of 3 is already a big success. What move is Andrea's opponent on? She's on move 33. Thinking about move 33. But I don't think she's going to survive to move 40 anyway. Andrea's got this one in the bag. The only way to defend the pawn on d4 actually makes matters worse. Knight to f3 does defend the pawn, but creates some issues with the rook and bishop working together. Instead, Emilia, okay, she defends the pawn while also getting out of the c file. I actually hadn't seen that move. That's a good move. That's a very good move. Now, oh, Andrea cannot win the pawn so easily after all. Oh, they drew, thank God. I made Andrea's board so big on my monitor that I couldn't see Alexandra. Good decision. Good decision. The draw was the correct result in that situation. Personal growth for Alexandra. She had an advantage out of the opening, but she couldn't capitalize. And she made the realization in time that there was nothing to go for pushing for a win. He offered, not her. She's pissed. Nah, it's fine. Win streak over? Nah, she didn't have a win streak. She had an unbeaten streak. The undefeated streak continues. And we live to fight another day. He offered earlier in the game. Yeah, no, I think Alexandra offered because she has the final move. Normally, it's the person with the final move that made the draw offer. He defeated a CM yesterday. Yeah, he won against a 2100 player. So he's quite good. Andrea now has to be careful though. This rook to d2 move was very good. And if Andrea tries to get her knight up along the edge of the board, then the knight will come in, check on the king, and then the knight will do a fork on the rook and on the bishop. And here Andrea would be in trouble. So she needs to be very careful about this knight threat. So probably king up is the best. King up, and then if the knight moves forward, you can move the rook over to attack here. And now that the rook moved, the rook no longer is the victim of this attack. So then you can start to maneuver your knight up on the other side. Ooh, good move. King to g7 played. Two minutes remaining for Amelia. What's the move number? Let me check it out for you. Move 34 about to be played. Knight to f3 reinforces the protection of the pawn. But now Andrea can move her knight up into the attack while simultaneously opening up for the rook. Knight to a5, rook up, knight up. This is going to be great. Is Amelia Polish? I think so, yes. I can check the tournament website, what federation she's listed with. Poland, yes. Born 2003. I think that's the same as Andrea, right? Thereabouts. Knight to a5 played. Andrea playing both of my suggestions, two moves in a row. Opening up for the rook to enter the game as well. One minute, 50 seconds remaining for Amelia. Andrea has over 10 minutes. Knight to f6, threatening this knight fork. Got to watch out for that. Moving the rook to counterattack on the open file seems sensible to me. And then we can continue our plan on the other side. Rook c7 first. No, I want this rook to do other things. I want this rook up here. So I just don't want to have to deal with the knight coming in to attack my rook and my bishop. So I just want to move the rook. Easy solution. And then this rook can do whatever it wants afterwards, not being stuck to a defensive task. Clock is ticking because Andrea went knight to b3. Okay, we're attacking the rook, so we don't have to be scared about this. Or do we? What about knight to d7 anyway? Like, we take their rook, but they're going to take something from us after. Okay, we don't have to consider that. Amelia went rook to g2. Now I really want to go rook h. We kind of need an escape here. The rook is pointing in towards our king, and there's also some ideas of giving checks. I want to go rook h8 now because this both avoids the double attack. It creates an attack against white, and it creates a possible escape for the king in some situations. Time extensions in this format, they get an additional 30 minutes when they made 40 moves. Amelia and Andrea, for that matter, but Amelia is the one in more time trouble. Amelia needs to make another 4 moves before she gets the extra time. And now she's going to go pawn h4, pawn h5, and put pressure in towards the black king. It's a bit uncomfortable, actually. Pawn h4 on the board. Amelia has 3 more moves until she gets the extra time. Andrea can go rook c4 now. Rook c4, put more pressure in towards the d4 pawn. That might be the last of it. After rook c4, the pawn is surrounded. But then the question is, winning 1 pawn, is that enough to win the game? I mean, no need to take your time here, Andrea. Rook c4, obviously you're going to do that. We know it. You know it. Just execute. Never mind. Computer not super happy with that move. The d4 pawn lives to fight another day. That being said, Andrea's still going to win a pawn. So Andrea's going to take this one, and she's going to be up a pawn. The problem is now Amelia can go pawn h5, and she does do that, or she's going to do that. Clearly, based on her hand movement, pawn to h5 is coming. Oh, and pawn to h5 is a mistake, computer says? Wait. Why was... Oh, pawn to f5 was the right move. Okay, no one's ever going to find that. Okay, pawn to h5, that's what I was thinking. And that's what I assumed the computer was thinking. And that is what Amelia was thinking. So clearly everyone agrees pawn to h5 was the more human way of dealing with this, trying to weaken the protection around black's king. Andrea can now capture the knight. And then after takes, I was a bit concerned that white gets some nice counter pressure in towards the black position. But computer feels this is still winning, but it's not going to be decided in the next couple of minutes. This is going to be a long end game for Andrea to come out on top in. According to Hammer, if he can find it, then nobody can. I'm not saying nobody can. I'm just saying the Botezes can't. What would pawn to f5 have done according to the computer? I still don't really understand. Big words? It's true. Is roasting part of your job? Yeah. Twitch says we can't be in just chatting unless I'm roasting chat and others. That's why they pay him the big bucks, the medium bucks. Jazzy. The medium bucks. Takes knight, recapture, check on the king, but Andrea takes that one too. Andrea is now up a pawn, although I would have preferred if that pawn was the one on d4. I feel like this pawn in a bigger, to a bigger degree, is holding white's position together. And after pawn takes pawn now, they made it to move 40. No, sorry. Yes. No, I'm right. That is move 40. And Emilia now is going to get an additional 30 minutes on her clock. And I'm not sure what Andrea is thinking about, but if you want to be up a pawn, you're going to have to take the pawn. To me, this doesn't seem very easy for Andrea to win, but the computer is super optimistic. So maybe it's easier than it looks at first sight. Tea break time? Yeah. So we're sitting here another 30 minutes? No, another 60 minutes essay. Because Andrea also gets another 30 minutes added to her clock. Why Emilia won some time? The rules are, Grace, that after 40 moves have been completed, you get another 30 minutes added to your clock. It's the most common thinking time rule in chess. What was wrong with pawn taking the h5 pawn? We were not allowed to take this pawn because the white rook was looking down on our king. You're not allowed to put your own king in check. So we would have preferred to eliminate this pawn before it started kind of clawing at our pawn chain and the coordination of our pawns, but it was just not available to us due to the rook's pressure. Is there any reasonable move other than f takes g6? No, not really. But Andrea did it in the end. And then knight to e5. The knight working together with the rook, putting more pressure on black's pawn. And notice how this black pawn no longer has the option of being defended by another pawn. So this is what we call an isolated pawn. And it is immediately a target Emilia aims at. Now that I'm thinking about it, we have been so happy about this open C file, but look here. The rook is controlling the C1 square. This rook is controlling C2, then C3, C4, C5, C6. All of white's pieces actually have the open file under control. So how much value is there to having the rook over here? I'm starting to think the answer is not that much. On the other hand, if you look at this rook, you can see, oh, this rook can go here. And well, white is controlling these two, but the rest is available to us. So we should move this rook over to defend so that this rook can attack in from the side. And Andrea, she had the same idea. Hammer, what are the rules? If you press the clock before you have moved, what happens? Good question. Normally, I guess you would just press back and be like, you forgot to make a move. But if you're concerned that your opponent is doing it maliciously to try and gain more time overall, I would call an arbiter and they would probably give you some extra time and give your opponent a warning. I suppose you could also try just making a move, although that starts moving into the unsporting category. But it's kind of clever. Your opponent presses the clock without moving. You take the opportunity and you're like, okay, fine by me. I'll make another move. But in that case, technically, it's you who break the rules by playing two moves in a row. Does Emilia realize she has additional time? I'm not sure she does. I'm not sure she does, no. And now Andrea can execute her plan. And she can use her rook on the side of the board to press in towards the white pawns. Does anyone realize that there? Well, the thing is, these clocks are supposed to not add on your extra 30 minutes in case the internal clock move counter is wrong. So it's supposed to be your own responsibility to know whether you've made 40 moves and then that the additional time will be added onto your clock. The idea is to avoid someone losing on time when the clock said they have 30 minutes. Do you think Emilia knows there's 11,000 watching her game? I mean, I would assume she knows who the Botezes are. And she knows they're playing in the tournament and she knows they're streaming the game. It's not the biggest secret. 11K is a bit much, but I mean, if you're in that high pressure situation, do you really care whether it's 8,000 or 11,000 watching your game? Your feelings are going to be the same regardless. A mix of enjoyment and fright. Sisters are pretty famous in Poland. Let's go, fun feel. Okay. Camera issues, I'm assuming. Unfortunately, we don't have Alexandra's camera anymore. So we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. But it looks like the arbiter. Oh, yeah. And now they're asking just to check that they have gotten the extra time. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, our suspicions were right. But honestly, Andrea should know better. But they got the clarification from the arbiter, the referee, that yes, your time will be added on, and that means Andrea is free to think for up to 34 minutes on this move. Didn't we go through this situation in the last tournament for Andrea? I feel like we did, and maybe even before that as well. But yeah, there's something about being in a winning position and seeing that clock tick down towards zero. So, what's common, even at Grandmaster level, is that you make your 31st move just in case. But Andrea's already made her 41st move. So, she's also she's beyond the just in case situation. Andrea flagged IRL before, so good to check. Yeah, you're allowed to ask the arbiter. Like, they don't have anything else to do. I've lost on time multiple times after I became a. Well, I lost once as a grandmaster and once as an international master on time. It's the saddest thing ever. Do arbiters get paid? I don't really know. I think most are just volunteers, but some definitely get paid for like the chess Olympiad, the big events. You get paid quite handsomely. It's nice she asked. The opponent is definitely calmer. Yeah, no, nice for the opponent, but Andrea still has the extra pawn and has the winning position. So it's even nicer. Like when you're winning, it's kind of like it's more important to you than your opponent, for instance, about the time situation. When you're losing, like everything is just bleak. And when you're winning, you feel like you are the one who has something to lose. So it's more important for Andrea to have that information than it is to Amelia, even if Amelia felt calmer as a result. Andrea is the one who will manage to win the game as a result of knowing she has the time to really figure this out with getting the rook to attack the pawns. Arbiters get paid. I mean, Papa Botez, maybe in the US, but I don't think that's necessarily the standard in Europe. And if they do get paid, it's not much. Olympiad arbiters are not paid very well based on Western countries' salaries. Yeah, no, I guess when I said well paid, I meant more like world championship in those things. The chief arbiter for the Olympiad is paid quite well. Surely they get paid, if nothing else, then free accommodation, food, and travel costs. Oh, for sure, their expenses are covered, but that's different. That's way different, though. Where can I volunteer for World Championship arbiter? I think you're gonna need some skills and experience to be selected for the World Championship. I think the past couple of World Championships, the arbiter has always been some like 70-year-old. So these guys really dedicated their quite a bit of time and energy to different chess tournaments around the world before they got to be on the biggest stage. 30 minutes showed up on the clocks. Yeah, but unfortunately, the clocks don't update on our graphics until Andrea makes a move, which is another kind of like, how can you not manage to show the same thing that they're showing on the clock at the venue, right? Chess relay technology is some of the, yeah, don't get me started. Small indie company? Yeah, no. DGT, famously small. Digital game timers. Doesn't even have chess in their name because they also sell their products to backgammon and bridge and Scrabble and all of this stuff. Oh, this is a DGT competitor? Wait, what are you talking about? That's a DGT clock, though. I have that one. If it's a competitor, why are you making your clocks identical to your competitor? That's not good branding. This tournament isn't on chess results. No, the Poland has their own chess results website, and so does Norway. So there's a couple of different tournament result softwares, and Poland has there's one developed in Poland, so all the Polish tournaments use that one. You don't think it is? It's a competitor? I mean, I guess I trust you if you're saying that, Alexandra, but like, why are you making them identical to even the red thing is identical to the DGT clock? I'm honestly, I don't believe you for a second. I've seen that DGT clock before. Actually, the DGT clock has red across and below. So when you're saying it's a competitor, what you really mean is that it's a knockoff. Rook h7. I have no idea why we're not attacking these pawns. Rook h7. Couldn't we just attack here? Oh no. Oh, Andrea's overthinking again. This is not good. I have no idea the benefit of rook h7. And now white can go rook g5, which is very good because then you prevent the black king from moving forward. And then you kind of just got to sit and wait. You can also go knight back and give a check on the king. Yeah, here, and then you can go the knight back and knight forward again. And it's not clear. Well, here you can take this one actually. Rook h7 feels like a step in the wrong direction. But to me, the biggest concern is that I don't know. Andrea yesterday, when she started thinking, she started making bad moves. She started carrying mid game, and it didn't really work out. Eval bar likes rook h7. I mean, not as much as it liked rook h4 though. But it's saying it's fine. Um, maybe she wants to go pawn g5, and then she wants to protect. Like the only point of rook h7 is to protect against this check. So she wants to make sure the knight cannot use the d7 square. I'm just struggling to find scenarios where that check would be remotely relevant. Ooh, after rook to g5, she can just go rook h5, probably. Check. Back. Actually, this is not great because if we make this trade, then we get stuck defending this pawn with the rook. Here, both rooks are kind of stuck defending pawns that the knights are attacking. Feels like some kind of an impasse. I think it's very important for Emilia to go rook g5 here. Otherwise, Andrea has a lot of ideas with king f5, and just getting the king up through the center. She wants to go to the c file. Nah, I don't think so. Is that Hans in the back? No, that is not Niemann in the back. No. Just because people has crazy hair doesn't mean they're Niemann. Alexandra won already? No, Alexandra made a draw. A very interesting game, full of mistakes, but instructive mistakes, teachable mistakes, which we will study in the future. Ulan, thank you for the 5 gifted. Who's Emilia? Well, she's Andrea's opponent. We don't really know much about her. Such is the nature of chess tournaments. People don't supply their bios to participate. Although that would be pretty cool. Since when is Andrea 1900? Since June 1st, 2024. She's had a great couple of months. – Amelia's clock is going to correct itself when she makes her move. And if you think board relay technology should have come further than this in 2024, then I mean, send me a pitch and I'll invest some money. It can't be that freaking hard to relay a number. It's just a number, two numbers. How expensive are these boards? I'm not sure. I'm guessing they're like $250. $900? Yeah, I'm telling you, chat. There's money to be made. $900 for bad. I remember I had a conversation with some IT specialist company that had invited me, and they were like, "Oh, we can do this much, much better." And that was like over 10 years ago. Part of the problem with these boards is that the software is really bad, but I'm pretty sure the hardware is not very impressive either. The DGT boards suck for the same reason IRL streaming text does. No competitors, niche customer base, no reason to improve. Yeah, you just described chess base also, by the way. Hammer is not going to get the chessboard sponsorship anytime soon. Of course, I am. I'm encouraging them to make a new chessboard, and then they're going to sponsor me. I'm playing the long game. Hammer angry tweets about chess base that he does. Yes. It's been sad for 20 years. Hammer needs a calm sponsorship. The worst thing is this is my hair when I calmed it for 2 minutes before the start of the stream. But my hair needs 5 minutes of care minimum. When I grow up, I want to be like Hammer, except good at Twitch. It's always in the fifth hour of play that the people, the trolls, come out of their caves. What's the best move for Andrea now? Play something other on the previous move. She's gone and fucked up, in my opinion. I don't understand why she didn't go after these white pawns, and now we can't get our king up. I'm very unhappy. The rook to g5 though in Amelia's, not in her defense, but to her credit, that was a very good move. And now Andrea can't get the king up. She can't really attack the pawn because, well, if we attack the pawn, the king is getting chased back, and we're not attacking the pawn through the knight. So yeah, there's some basically because we cannot get the king forward, we're having some issues. Okay, rook h5. Computer doesn't like it, but that was my suggested move earlier. So if I suggested it, it can't be that bad. Andrea's realizing the importance of the white rook arriving at g5, and she's trying to correct the mistake she made on the previous move. What was wrong with rook c7? I mean, wrong and wrong. It's just not doing much, I think. Well, actually, rook c7, then we could go to the c2 square. Yeah, okay, rook c7, I kind of like. Maybe that was better. Andrea's down on time now after having been way up for most of the game. A handshake behind? Was that a handshake for draw or something else? I saw they called the arbiter earlier. Knight to g6 seems like a good move. Knight to g6 loses the game instantly. So I'm going to go and say no on that. Knight to g6, you think you're being clever because you're removing the pawn that's defending the rook. But then I recapture your knight and you try to take my rook, and the computer will not let you do that because my rook is looking down on your king. And that's how that goes. I feel like Andrea lost the advantage when she asked the arbiter about the time. Um, I mean, lost the advantage is a bit strong. She's still up a pawn, but it did calm down her opponent. But the reason she lost her advantage is because she played a bad move, first and foremost. She got a bit of a defensive mindset and just instead of just continuing forward, which is kind of unlike Andrea. So she might have started, thinking a bit too much about wanting to win the game when it's the I don't care strategy that's been working so well. Computer says only knight d7 is good. Well, knight g4 is also good. Um, White needs to kick away the black king. So you need to give a check somehow. Because right now the rook and king are working together against white's rook. So in order to prevent that, you need to chase the king away. How did they play yesterday? Yesterday, Bobby, there were two games. Uh, Andrea won one and made a draw in the other one. And Alexandra actually won both. Andrea lost the game. Didn't I say that? It's what I was trying to say. I don't know. Starting to become a bit tired. Did I say she drew? I meant she lost. Okay, I better take a break before I say more silly things. Let me see if we can get Alexandra in. I suppose Alexandra can just take over the stream even if I'm not here. We're testing the Levy no com strat. We can also test the Levy no commentator strat with a commentator. That would really be an interesting meta. Just me sitting here smiling. What does 70/30 mean? 75? Is there something I'm not understanding? You will be replaced by an AI. Oh, I gotta say, I'm feeling very confident that my job will survive the AI replacement. But maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't be actually.
Hello. Hello.
Hey,
It's me, Mama Mario. Oh, jump scare. Vila, can we clean up the cams a little? Like, remove the borders, maybe make it a little more aesthetic.
you're very demanding, but I'm glad you're now demanding with Vila instead of me.
Well, if I can do it, Vila can do it. Because it's
I don't
not
think
hard.
that's how it works.
I think that's how it works. Like you can cut the corners and just adjust a little bit.
Girl boss being bossy. Yeah, true.
Um, no, it's not girl boss being bossy. It's fair requests by fair woman. Anyway.
How do you
So
feel
yeah,
about today's game?
well, I think I showed some growth not pushing B5 at the end.
Yes. Yes, we were talking about that. We were
Yeah,
very happy you made the draw.
thank you.
If you wanted to
Uh,
push, you could have tried trading queens, but
I was thinking about that.
inside.
That's what I was thinking about too. Like I needed to get my king to the B4 square, but I thought I could only do that if, yeah, maybe. Wait, we're muted. Okay, it's fixed. Did I? But anyway, I mean, I never feel good drawing lower rated. And I do want to win this tournament, which is kind of, hard to do because I'm starting.
Yeah, but it's easier to win the tournament with a draw in round four than a loss.
Right?
Yeah, no, I mean, you're still on track.
Uh-oh. Why am I always sounding like a robot?
I mean, only occasionally.
Uh, well, I guess Vila is not gonna fix the screens. It's okay. Um, it's just gonna be a little funny looking. It is Twitch. This is a homemade stream. Okay, did I miss anything big?
No, no. But you did play G5.
Yeah. And I was like, this is either going to be terrible or it's going to be like a brilliancy. And I guess it was the
Is it
former.
though? Is it though?
I just thought, yeah, no, I didn't need to do that. I don't know why. I just wanted to take away the H4 square from the knight, but I guess I didn't need to do that.
Yeah. No, I think it was an interesting game as far as there's a lot of interesting decisions here to get into and analyze. I think like this game we could analyze for 2 hours and get lots of good learning from it.
Oh, so when are we going to analyze it?
Well, I mean, That's a you question. I mean, I'm available occasionally, but you never ask. And
That's not
I
true.
don't push you. I assume that if you want to prioritize chess training, you'll get in touch. But
Okay, first of all, you can't say I never asked because I have asked, and we did when I was in Ibiza before Sardinia, we reviewed my games, so I
yeah,
remember.
once in
Um,
4 months, yes, that was good.
True. Yeah, no, I think it would be good. It would be good to analyze this game.
Yeah, no, I think it was very interesting. There were lots of nuances to get into. I don't have the board to show everyone, but I'm just gonna say it to you, and just so that you have it fresh in your mind.
Hmm. Oh
G5,
my God!
huge.
Wait! Look at what Vila did, ladies and gentlemen. Can we get some claps in the chat for Vila's high level of production? It's all look. I'm gonna say it's almost perfect. Does it look like Hammer has slightly more height than I do? Yeah, but I'm not gonna complain about that. I'm not gonna bring up the fact that it's not completely, but it's very good. There we go. Production, ladies and gentlemen, production.
Now the key
Thank
is
you, not
keeping this
Victor
for the
Book.
next time then.
Yeah, no, this looks great. This looks great. Cam height is based on ratings. That's valid. Okay, sorry. Continue, Hammer.
Yeah, so G5, do you understand what the major issue with that move is?
I mean, it just ruins my king side for later, and then F5 is a lot more annoying. F4 is a lot more annoying to deal with.
Yeah, no, it's all about the F5 square. You no longer have any pawn that can control the F5 square, so it becomes a major weakness for, well, ever.
Well, I also don't let the knight get to F5, but yeah,
Yeah, but yeah, you couldn't really stop that, could you? What
I
happened
could
in the
have.
game?
No,
It
you're
ended
right.
up on F5.
You're right. You're right. Um,
So
yeah,
it's but I we talked about this earlier, how that you sometimes have a bit of uh not too good awareness of the holes, like outposts in the position and squares that cannot be protected by pawns. So we'll just have another conversation about that, I think. Also, I want to
yeah,
ask, when you played pawn to f6,
yeah.
because almost all your pawns are on the dark squares. You only have one pawn to control the light squares, which otherwise are just horrendously weak in your position. If anything, in
Yeah,
that situation, you want to get as many pawns to light squares rather than putting one on dark squares.
would it really have made a difference though?
I mean, yeah, well, I'm probably, I mean, if damn it, if that's the starting point, then, why are we in this world? Isn't it just a big bang and why do we exist? Like, if you're going to ask very philosophical questions, would it have made a difference? No, you would still die. But I'm saying it might mean that you have a better chance of winning more chess games before you die.
No, that's valid. Okay, I didn't even think about control over the light squares, but I'm learning now. My other question was it a mistake to allow A4?
No, but I think A4 was brilliant by him. And it's the kind of move that it wouldn't cross my mind because it looks so ugly.
It looks so
Giving up,
bad.
yeah, no, but it was actually really good. Like, the more we kind of looked at the consequences, and it just stopped your plan. Like,
Yeah.
bam.
But that's why I was thinking maybe it was better to prevent it first so that I had more play and try to
Yeah.
open
No, no, I
that
mean, in hindsight, probably you should have flicked in A4 yourself and then gone
I
rook
again
D8.
I just thought it looked so bad that I was like he can't play it and then he did and I was like wait, can he play it? And he
Yeah.
yeah. feeling he can.
No, but I liked your rook to b8. The idea was good, and then maybe you should have stopped a4, but that was not obvious that you needed to do that. But then, like g5 is just it's only g5 that was like a major mistake you did.
Yeah, that makes sense. I had a feeling either again, brilliant or terrible, and yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit you're not respecting the outposts, I think. That's only the only real concern I have about it.
Okay. Anything else?
Knight to b4 was a mistake because you gotta prevent the knights from being traded. So instead of
Uh,
knight b4, you should have gone knight d8 because you want to move the knight so that you can go c6 b5, I assume.
yeah, I was thinking about that too. I think I was afraid of something like knight a2, knight c3, him hopping in, but I guess that happens regardless.
Yeah. So it's more about when you play knight b4, you have to move the knight back afterwards because you need to preserve one pair of knights on the board so that you always have the threat of jumping into the d4 square.
Yeah.
And it's easier for you to preserve your own knight if you move it all the way back than if you move it into his. It's like it's a very human thing to move forward. Um,
Oh, I didn't
but
even realize we had a board this entire time.
no, he just put it up.
Oh, okay. Okay, Vila's really going for like the Oscar award of production here.
Yeah. So if you move the knight back, you kind of get a similar situation to the game where you always have your knight ready to jump into the d4 square, forcing his knight to stay defensively.
I was just yeah, that makes sense. I was just thinking he would get his knight, he'd go the other way, like h4 and then knight f3. Actually, that was earlier. Never mind. Okay. So here
Well,
I
the,
shouldn't
the
have.
the good thing about having your pawn on g7 is that you can always kick out this knight, right?
Yeah, that's fair. Was I slightly better?
Yeah, computer was giving you like 0.6 out of the opening,
Hmm.
but the
Well,
opening worked very well. I was very happy with that.
yeah, he wasn't. He told me he wasn't surprised. He was not expecting the third move.
Yeah, yeah. Well, why would he? But
Yeah,
it
no.
worked out very nicely, and you got to play a lot of the ideas we studied.
Yeah. Um. Okay. Okay. Well noted.
Draw is not a
Um.
disaster, and I do think there's a chance that you get to play a higher rated tomorrow. Because the only reason you didn't get a higher rated today is just because, well, like your opponent today beat a 2100 yesterday, and your opponent yesterday beat a 2100 the round before. So it's just that these guys you've been playing, they've been taking down the 2100s you were supposed to play.
Yeah, and instead I get the 1900s who are just plain real solid. Like usually I just let my lower rated opponents beat themselves up, but this guy was just maneuvering, taking his sweet time, and yeah.
You feel like you usually let them beat themselves up and you played g5 unprovoked. Like,
I thought it was a strategic masterpiece at the time. I was very wrong.
no, but like if you're gonna make the argument that you're trying to get them to kind of destroy themselves, why are you playing committal moves?
No, you're right. You're right. I
That
don't need
doesn't
to
make
let
sense compared to the strategy you're describing.
chat. Hammer's right. Less commitment equals better.
I'm not saying that, but on the chessboard, maybe.
Maybe. Yes. No, I won't play G5. Okay, what would you have played instead of G5?
I think G6, man. Bishop C8. You waited way too long for Bishop C8. Bishop C8 was a
I
good
guess
move.
I was just
Like
But
7
what do you
moves
do? What
before.
do you do with it? Also,
Well,
didn't I castle first?
I want to go bishop. So I want to go bishop g4. But also I'm preventing bishop h3. It's not just about wanting to do something with your own bishop. It's also about preventing his bishop. His bishop is so bad because it's being blocked by his own pawn.
Yeah, I'm aware of that much.
So you don't want to allow his bishop to get a better square. And by the way, after g5, he could have played bishop h3 instantly and just put the bishop on f5.
Yeah. Yeah. No, G5 was very suspicious.
But if you
Um,
just go back with the bishop, you try and get to g4. You can even trade for the knight because then you get the d4 square.
yeah, I thought I was
So
I was thinking about it, but then I thought he just goes H3.
yeah, bishop c8 probably forces h3, and then he moved
Yeah.
yet another pawn to a light square.
I
Complete
mean, the
disaster.
thing is I was really thinking this, and then last minute I was like, G5 is brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was really happy. I will say this. I was really happy when he went knight e1 or whatever it was he did. Because
Yeah.
if you got to play g4, you would have just lost the game instantly.
I wasn't gonna play G4.
I'm not sure I want to know what the brilliant masterpiece behind g5 was.
It takes away the H4 square from the knight.
But if it's like knight goes, the knight goes to h4, you can pull. If knight h4, you can go g6. G6. Where's the knight going? It's not going to f5. You have to.
But now I'm weakening my pawn structure, Hammer.
So you went g5 instead to avoid weakening your pawn structure. Yeah, okay. We'll study the game and try and learn something from it.
Yeah. All right. Okay. No, I'm
Okay, we're gonna
embarrassed.
watch Andrea. Andrea is up a pawn. She's probably gonna win. We're
How
hoping
likely?
she's gonna win.
How likely do you think it is she'll win?
Let me check the time situation. Andrea 9 minutes 30. Amelia 14. I mean, computer's saying she's completely winning. I'm just a bit confused what
But
it is.
what's her human plan to win?
Well, now she's threatening knight takes d4. So that's like game over instantly.
Okay, and then
She's
if king
threatening to take
e3?
away the protection of the knight.
No, I understand that, but after king e3, what's the plan?
Yeah, so king e3, that's where you need to have a really good plan. And I'm thinking rook to h7 looks pretty good. Trying to activate
Oh,
the rook. And then if the knight captures the pawn, then we can go, ah, then we can go check, king moves back, and we get a fork. Okay, that wasn't going to be my plan, but that is pretty effective.
yeah,
Actually, now that I think about it, my plan was going to be go rook to g7, and then after knight e5, I was going to take the pawn. So, yeah, uh, that would not be good.
well, it's okay.
It's
We've
still
all
a
had a
tricky
long day.
position for Andrea, but I think she has good chances.
Wait, does she have 9 minutes? That's it?
Yeah, but she gets 30
Oh,
seconds though.
yeah, that's well. I mean, she can't lose, but she will be upset if she draws. But I mean, her opponent's in time pressure also. I do feel better though. Andrea has her time pressure has gone a lot better. Anyway, Hammer, I'm gonna let you commentate. I'm gonna go either walk or finish some work and then wait
Yeah.
for
Good luck
Andrea to
tomorrow.
walk. But I'll be chat with everybody. Okay.
See you. Why is she leaving? because she's leaving the commentary to the experts. That's why. She needs rest. That's also why, Tio. That's true. Did you hear her? She thought about us and she thought, you know what? I'm not going to overpress. If Dina was here, she would have said massive personal growth on Alexandra there. Preserving her unbeaten streak. And playing a bit more, let's say, realistically. Is your name actually Hammer? Yes. So the threat is knight takes d4. Yeah, Jonathan. Unless, well, Amelia has to go king e3. She has no choice. Because any other move, well, what other move would she want to make, to be fair? But if she moves the king out to the side instead, the knight takes d4. The knight eliminates the defender of the white knight. The king is ready to capture if allowed. And like rook takes knight, king takes, and Andrea would win with her 2 extra pawns in the middle of the board. Right now, these 2 pieces act as a blockade, making sure that the black pawns can never proceed. And white needs to move the king up so that if knight takes pawn, then king can recapture, and the king will then defend the knight as well. Knight f3, you can go knight f3, but then you're going backwards, and then it would just be super easy for Andrea to start capturing stuff. So knight f3, it's not that it's not a possible move, it's just a move that makes Andrea's job super easy. We all want Andrea to win. Sounds good to me. Sure. I mean, in terms of Andrea winning, knight back would be good, but I just don't see that from Amelia, and she doesn't do that either. Okay, this is the key moment. Andrea has 9 minutes remaining. She needs to find this move, rook to h7. If she finds rook to h7, she wins the game. If she doesn't find it, I mean, she might still win the game, but it's going to be a 50-50 kind of thing. Rook h7, the idea is that if white captures the black pawn, that is our main concern. Then rook comes up, check on the king. The king cannot go to the d2 square because the knight has that one under control. So the only square the king can go to and still keep the rook defended is this e2 square. And things are defended, but only for the moment. The knight comes in with the fork. And it's a win. Odds of finding it, I don't know, 80% maybe? Wanting to activate your rook is the sensible thing to do. Your only concern when moving the rook is whether the opponent can capture your pawn. And if you then see that you can do the fork, You play rook takes rook to h7. That seems generous. Yeah, I don't know. Percentages are difficult because if I give a small percentage and it happens, I still could have been right about the percentages. It's just that, sometimes the small percentage things also happen. And if I give something a high percentage of happening and it does happen, I still could have been wrong. She plays it though. Maybe 80% was not enough. It's a tactic after all. It's what she's good at. Low bowling hammer, it was more like 90%. We'll never know. But who cares? She found it. What if Amelia doesn't take? Yeah, but what else is she going to do, right? So Andrea's plan is going to be to move the rook into the center. So I guess she could move the rook back and then rook up. You can take the pawn, but then the rook comes in, check on the king. And the king has to move away from the protection of the pawn. Well, I mean, you can stay close to the pawn, but then it still gets captured because the king is blocking the rook's ability to defend. And if you go back with the king, then yeah. As long as Andrea gets rid of that white pawn in the middle, it doesn't necessarily matter that white also manages to take a pawn because now black gets two pawns next to each other with a clear path forward. And that's always going to be more powerful than just a single pawn on a little adventure, even with the knight blocking the path, just to make matters worse. So I think this is Andrea's main plan. And they're becoming equal on time. The only way for Amelia to prevent Andrea's plan is to go king f4 and then after check, block with the knight to prevent the rook. Never mind. Knight to f3 also prevents because now the rook cannot move to the h4 square. That being said, now the knight is no longer attacking the pawn, which means that this rook move was a resounding success. And I think now I would just go here. And then we have two paths. And white can't cover both of them. So now rook h3 and then rook g3. And either the rook will go here and attack this one, or the rook will go up and attack this one. You can't really cover both. I think. Knight to a5, impossible to find. Ooh, is the computer saying knight a5 here? I like that. Check on the king and attack against the pawn. But backwards knight moves are notoriously difficult to find. I think knight moves in general are kind of tough. But the backwards ones are on a different level. Andrea knows how the knight moves now. I don't think Magnus's answer was very convincing personally, but no one really remembers the answer, just the question. Why has Alexandra played more games than Andrea? Sometimes I try so hard not being toxic, but questions like that, the toxicity just flows. I don't know, man. I don't know. Context clues. Wow, she played knight a5 as well. Let's go. Probably a Norwegian asked that. Love from Sweden. Probably a Swede said that, I think is what you mean. Only took 4 minutes. Ooh, that's true. She did spend a lot of time on that. Ooh, man, but it was a very good time investment, though. The knight on c4 is going to be an absolute monster. I think that's good time management. She spent half her time, but she found the move that makes the rest of the moves super easy. Sometimes it's worth spending all your time on one move if it makes the rest of the game a lot easier to deal with. What's the record for Andrea? One move in 30 minutes? What do you mean? She spent way more than 30 minutes on one move just yesterday. Her record is well above that. Man, someone said something funny and I didn't understand the context. I feel like I missed out. You know, it's a good joke when two or three other chatters reply to them. Rook c3 counters this? No, rook c3, we get in. We're attacking the king, we're attacking the pawn, but also very importantly, we're controlling the e5 square so that we never have to be concerned about the knight returning. I'm not even sure we want to take this pawn. I feel like just having it here being annoying is enough. King to f4 played. Now we go knight c4. Knight c4 b3 is the idea. Trying to get a trade. That's a good plan. Well, that's a very good plan. I don't see how we can prevent that, though. Maybe we just go here and then make the trade and go b6. Because then our knight is defending the pawn is defending the knight, the pawn is defending the pawn, the king is defending the pawn. Like everything's working out. And then we use our rook to go after this one. Knight e5, we just trade and we win with this guy. Yeah, no, I think just continue. Move the knight up. Oof. Check. Computer like that. Well, I'm not sure I do. King moves to the side. Surely now we bring the knight in. Maybe we can even go do like knight here, pawn up, trade, trade, and then pawn e5. Yeah, this looks very, very good. We don't even need to keep this guy defended because the rook is already there. I just forgot about the rook. When the rook was over here, I forgot about it. But now that Andrea moved it in, I'm realizing that it is doing quite a good job. And here, after the trades, it's a check on the king. And so we just win with this pawn assisted by our king. Yeah, easy peasy. Knight c4 is on the board. I'm assuming b3 is going to come pretty quick. Was king g4 wrong? I'm not sure. I mean, Andrea's just winning, so technically her opponent can't play wrong because no matter what she does, Andrea's still going to be winning. But king g4 did allow this plan with the knight coming in for the trade with the check. But Andrea still needs to realize that that's her best course of action. Just go for the trade and go for the trade. Normally, when you have an extra pawn, often you do not want to trade pawns because the fewer the pawns, the more likely it's going to be a draw. Because most games you always have to win by getting a new queen, and that's why getting rid of pawns is such a good defensive strat. But here, pushing the pawn up will eliminate this guy from blocking the black pawn, and we will be able to trade knights, which is advantageous. Rook b6 can be a problem. Well, after takes, pawn to e5. There's no rook b6 because our knight is still keeping that square under control. So this is looking good. But Andrea needs to make some moves. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. This is going to be a tense finish. Do they still get 30 seconds per move? Yeah, prawn. 30 seconds for every move for the whole game. That's why, in theory, the game could last 6 hours. It could last 7 hours, but then they would have to break the record for the longest chess game number of moves ever. How many moves so far? 52. Andrea has captured. We're expecting a reasonably quick recapture. Why are you not recapturing? This pawn will become a new queen. I'm so confused right now. Okay, it's just giving Andrea more time to think. Andrea, pawn to e5. Just go for the trades. Trust that your pawn in the middle will become a new queen. Calls and Nepo, I think, was over 7 hours. Yeah, but they got more additional time on move 40 and they got more additional time on move 60. Not comparable. Does Hammer have a delay? I mean, in my brain, but I have the live video feed up on my second monitor so that I'm not doing commentary on the Twitch delay, but as it happens. Okay, this is the moment. Pawn to e5, Andrea. Make it happen. I think she's doing it. Yeah, let's go. GG's. GG's. Well done. For some reason, there were some speculations that the sisters were bad at endgames at some point, I recall. That theory has been thoroughly disproven. Did opponent resign already that GG was called? No, it's just I'm convinced now that Andrea has found the right plan to win the game. It's just me saying Andrea's going to win this. I'm convinced. Aren't you the one who told Andrea she's bad at everything in chess? Context, dude. Watch the stream. Don't just watch the shorts. That's a lazy. Uh-oh. Very bad timing. Okay, we're back. And we didn't miss anything. Oh, we did miss. The trade happened, but the knight recaptures. Check on the king. Battery low. That's what happens in a 5-hour game, I guess. Time nearly equal. Yeah, everything is looking good right now. Trade of knights happen. Andrea can activate her king. The only move we're concerned about is rook to b6, trying to counterattack. If Amelia doesn't counterattack, this is going to be super easy. But after rook to b6, I think we can just push the pawn. The rook goes back into defense, but the king moves up. The rook sacrifices itself. Oh, no. The rook sacrifices itself, but in the end, we win the race. Let's go. Rook b6 was not played. Rook check instead. Now we go king back. We do not want to go king up because then we're blocking our own pawn and she gets to counterattack. Although even here, rook can probably just defend. But we don't want to defend. We want to have our rook here so that we prevent the white king from getting back into defense. So let's just go back. King back. Rook prevents pawn from pushing. King up on the other side. Another check. But now we go king up because this time there's no possibility of the rook to attack the pawn because we have our own pawn. I think this is the plan. Rook, king d6 played. Nice. Yeah, it's a nice little shuffle. Go the long way round. Computer says no. Ah. What do computers know about endgames anyway? Rook to e8. That's not going to cause any problems. Just push the pawn. Push the pawn and then move the king up. There's nothing she can do. You want to avoid, well, actually, you don't even need to avoid this. This also wins. Everything wins. You can just gradually work your way up with the king and pawn. Pawn d4 played. Two minutes, 30 seconds remaining. The white king is cut. Not physically, but it is cut off at the very least. What is the idea behind rook e8? I assume it's to go after this pawn. So I'm expecting rook g8 now. But we just continue. Although here, Andrea should probably be a little bit careful. Maybe this is better than what I did earlier. Amelia needs to go after this pawn. It's her only chance to try and open up space for this one. Sinivo, Andrea lost against the 2100. But to be fair, she was completely winning in that game. She's been having a great tournament so far. Okay, rook g8 has been played. No way for Andrea to save her pawn. She's now completely dependent on this one becoming a new queen. Alexandra drew her game. Once again, one of the sisters last to finish. Although this time it's Andrea trying to win the endgame instead of Alexandra. Pawn to d3 played. If the rook returns, we can block with our own rook. Things are under control. Rook takes pawn, played, check on the king. King needs to move up. 1 minute, 30 seconds for Andrea. Not a lot of time here to calculate. To some degree, you just got to trust your instincts. There might be rook f6 now. No. If rook f6, you can just trade, and then black gets the queen while giving a check to the king. Close call, but just enough for Andrea. $35. She goes back. Very bad news. Very bad news. She does not move the king up to support the pawn. She needed the king to help the pawn become a new queen. Instead, the king has retreated. Rook to h6 is the only move, though. Only one way for Emilia to make a draw. She has 55 seconds. $35. Rook f6 played. Now Andrea can just trade and win. Trade and win. And she does go for the trade. Emilia thought both of them are getting new queens, but she's about to be in for a surprise. It's check on the king. She didn't see the check. Oh, she's realizing. She didn't realize until now. Both girls about to get their queen. But the white queen will not happen. She will have to deal with the check onto her king. A devastating little check there. And that's the resignation right there. Okay, she's going to try, but to no avail. Andrea can just put her queen in front of the pawn. And that's the game. So close. Emilia, one move away, potentially, from getting the draw there. But in the end, it's the little check that gets her. Andrea can just move her king up. I guess she could also just take the pawn, or she can move her own pawn up. She can do everything at this point. Endgames are hard. Yeah. First, Andrea made a huge blunder not supporting her pawn with the king. And then Emilia made a huge blunder, not realizing that Andrea would give a check as she got her new queen. When's the rematch? No rematches, but we are going to get a new round tomorrow. Same time, 4 p.m. European time. And that's the resignation. Andrea on 3 points out of 4. Honestly, a big success for her so far. And I would say in this game, a deserved winner. In particular, we really liked the bishop maneuver. Some very nice bishop maneuvering from Andrea in this game. How long was that match? This game lasted 5 hours on the dot. And now both girls have played the same number of games. Funny how that works. Show checkmate. I mean, I can show how checkmate could have occurred. This is not the greatest technique known to man. Rematch between the sisters coming? No. It could have happened if Alexandra was overly ambitious and went for the win in a position where she was slightly worse. But instead, she understood that she was slightly worse and made the draw instead. And as a result of that, Alexandra still has half a point more than her sister. Alexandra will play someone with 3.5 points, and Andrea will play someone with 3 points. Oh, Andrea makes the oh my god face. Or is that the you better wait for me face? She knows? I don't understand how she knows, though. I think she's just happy to win. Hammer, Andrea would like to speak on her victory. Are you sure? I think we should just end the stream now. Because, me chit chatting for 5 minutes, who wants to hear that? It's better to just end it immediately. She will appreciate that. She may potentially kill me. But on the other hand, I don't see her going to Norway anytime soon. Although she does go to Sweden and visit her fellow streamer. And we Norwegians we know very well that things don't always work out in Sweden. Like they have a different mentality. Way more crime. Could be Andrea could be inspired to borrow something. I don't know where I'm going with this. The truth is, I don't know where I was going with this, because the truth is, if Andrea wanted to kill me, she would do it herself. She wouldn't hire Swedish hitmen. She would want to do it with her own 2 hands. That's the truth. But in order to avoid it happening, maybe we should wait to see if she wants to speak to the crowd. Chess boxing, Andrea versus Hammer coming up next. Yeah, I think she better get me while I'm sleeping. Because if I'm awake, she's not taking me down. Hammer, you already rambled for 3 minutes. Might as well wait for 2 more. Yeah, okay, we'll wait. I'm trying to figure out when the comedic effect stops. Like how long you can actually do it before it just becomes a dud. Honestly, I thought I could hold an awkward silence longer than that. If she's having pierogies now instead of coming and talk to us, then we're just gonna leave her hanging, I think. She will call from car. Wow. At least she let us know she's coming. Come on, Andrea. Hammer has to go to make it to
I
Kiwi
got
before his
so lucky. Oh God, I just heard about Rook A6,
H6.
H6. I'm so blind. I didn't see it. I got so lucky, but she didn't see it either.
Yeah.
I have some game analysis questions, but first, just thank the God. I guess even though I don't
First,
believe,
just thank the God.
maybe this cross that I'm wearing, maybe the Lord did help me in this game because that was very lucky. Hi,
It wasn't
chat.
that lucky. You had the pressure throughout.
Yeah, I'm curious. I have like just some general knowledgeable questions. Uh,
Okay.
okay, let me pull up the stream on my computer. Bow, bow, bow. Hello, everybody. Okay, here it is. Wait, almost I can see. Okay, so if this, I just wanted to ask you about this. If she would have went A4 when I went A5, which I don't even know if that was good, what would have been my plan?
I kind of liked I was looking at a plan with H6 and B6. I kind of liked.
H6. Okay, and the point of H6 is just to prevent.
Well, H6 is taking control of the G5 square so that there's no knight to G5.
Yeah.
And then B6 is taking control of the C5 square so that there's no knight to C5. So
And is it, yeah.
first
Sorry,
I'm stopping the knights from moving forward. And then when white tries to basically, destroy us on the c file, I move the king over to defend the knight on
And he can't
c6.
get in. He has no checks.
And then I get another knight to defend. And so long as you keep the knight on c6, there's just no way she's getting through.
Okay. And okay, one thing that like I was always trying to fight in my head, I'm like, I feel like I'm like completely disrespecting all the principles because I've literally just pushed so many pawns instead of pieces. But if you recommend h6 b6, it's okay to just not develop and push pawns because like you're building a fortress technically.
Yeah. Well, I
Or
mean,
was
I
that
would
bad?
have preferred if you tried to get more of your pieces out earlier, but the queen trade
Yeah.
really helped you because you can afford a lot more a slowness in your development when there are
Yeah.
no queens to attack your king.
When was I supposed to? I just thought I felt like I had no time to develop. I was just kind of winging the opening. Like had one faint idea, but I didn't prep this because I wasn't expecting that open. So I don't know if I was supposed to develop more in the opening. I'm guessing like Queen B6. But yeah, I'm curious when I was supposed to develop. Thank you, Smurf.
Yeah, no, I think taking on d4 was maybe a very slight mistake. Nah,
Hmm.
let me not focus on that. A6, yeah, you're moving a lot of pawns.
Oh
I
well,
think,
A6 was the line. I wanted to play the Hikaru line. And Hikaru has a
okay.
game with A6. And then he goes F6, but it didn't happen in this game. But I was trying
Okay.
to play like Hikaru. Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, maybe I could have waited with like E6, but that was I don't know if I was supposed to take, but A6 was is my line.
Well, one thing I wanted to showcase is she went with the bishop to e2 before she went with the knight to d2.
Yes.
And here you have a very interesting moment where you can unprovoked make the trade bishop for knight.
Oh, and that's good.
Well, the idea is that because she doesn't have the knight to recapture, she has to recapture with the bishop. But then managing to defend the pawn on d4 becomes a much, much more difficult thing to do.
Uh,
Because then
rather,
you
yeah.
follow up with knight c6, and like, how is she going to attack this? She can go
Right.
knight c3 and attack your pawn, but then after e6, you gave
Yeah.
away the bishop on the light squares, but your pawns on the light squares are compensating for the lack of the bishop. And in the meantime, you have a great plan of putting pressure on the d4 pawn.
That's a good point. Yeah, I didn't realize knight D2 was even a plan. I thought it was really awkward because it was blocking all her bishop, but
Yeah, but
that makes
yeah,
sense.
it's really important for her to recapture with the knight.
Gotcha. Okay, good note. Anything else?
Um, I really liked your bishop g5, bishop d8, bishop b6. That was
Bishop
excellent.
five. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad I was playing quicker because I realized like, okay, you don't need to have it all figured out. You just need to move. Because initially, when I was looking at that plan, I was gonna go to E7. Initially, I was gonna go Bishop G7, and then I very realized, okay, you have to go to F8. And I found it on her time. So that was a good improvement from last time when like I would try to figure it all out on my turn.
Yeah.
Cool.
Um, and then what else happened? There was a very interesting decision after bishop d1
Uh-huh.
where you had to decide between bishop takes d1, bishop to d3, and bishop takes b3.
Yeah. Okay. So I was trying not to overthink. I considered obviously. So here was my thought process. So first I was gonna go bishop e4 first, but then um but then knight d2, and then I'd go to d3, and this kind of transposed to the d3 issue. But my issue with d3 was that it looked like I'd have to like if you let's say we go bishop d3 first. Um, I thought I would have to end up pushing a5 and putting my bishop on a6, and
Yeah.
I thought I'd have to push too many pawns. So I was like, okay, it's better to just play simple, trade the bishops, play versus her bad bishop. Um, and I looked at this for some time and I was like, yeah, I'm not sure what was the best.
Yeah. No, I mean, what you did was sensible. I agree that keeping the bishop would be a mistake. because your bishop is running out of squares. But I kind of wanted to take the knight, actually.
Yeah, I was considering that too, and then I was even thinking like I could go bishop h6 or I could.
I wanted h5 first, but then the same kind of ideas I guess you thought about. Part of the benefit of taking the knight is that now you don't have to be concerned about knight to c5. And because there are 7 pawns on the board, it's not clear that the bishops are the most useful. But I'm scared about knight h6. She can go g4, and she prevents you from attacking the pawn on d5. But if you go h5 first and then knight h6.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking about, h5.
Yeah, h5 is a really, really good move.
Then she gets the g5 square, and then maybe bishop comes to g5, and then I'm restricted.
Yeah.
So like I was considering this, and I'm like, okay, it's a close position. She has the bishop pair, so bishops are worse in close position. But I didn't like that. Like I couldn't really see a way to activate my pieces, because if I go h5, then they get then she gets bishop g5. So I didn't think it. So then I just tried to make a decision.
Yeah, but you make a good argument, and just the fact that you considered it is good enough, right?
Yeah.
So like you considered it, you didn't like the g5 square. I agree, makes sense. And the 2 moves, honestly, are probably about equal value. Okay, so as long as you can justify your choice and actually say, I thought about that, then you've perfected the task.
I've perfected. Okay, well, my Uber is here because I'm trying to not eat kebab for dinner for the 5th night in a row. And I'm going to go before dinner closes. And I have and I'm starving.
Remember to ask without sauce.
Yes, I need to learn how to say that in Polish. I am so hungry and I don't eat kebab today, so it's a good day.
And congratulations on the win.
Thank you, Hammer. All right, chat. Thank you guys for supporting today. Alex and I are tied now.
No, she drew.
Oh, she drew. Oh, I saw the kings on white. Okay, that's good. I'm glad I didn't want her to lose. Okay, well, maybe we'll play together. We'll be back tomorrow. Thanks, everyone, for the good vibes. I'm going to get some good food. This poor man yesterday came, and I felt so bad because I was nice, but I didn't respond as much as I usually, because I had just lost my game where I'd thrown. And he came just to tell me about like the grocery stores in Poland, and it was so nice. And I feel bad because I was kind of like rushing to get out of conversation because I was so tilted from my loss. So, you know, if you see this, lad, I just want to know, I appreciate that you went out of your way to tell me that there is food in Poland, and now I'm going to go find it. So thank you.
Chat says Bez Zozu is without sauce.
Bez Zozu. Perfect. Okay, chat. See you guys later. Thanks, Hammer.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. We'll see if Andrea gets the food she wants. It's honestly kind of late, but that's what happens with a 5-hour game. But who cares how long it takes, as long as the result is a good one. And it was a good one today. Andrea doing what Alexandra has been doing the other days, winning in the endgame. And we'll have another opportunity for endgame wins tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m. Not Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific, and 4 p.m. local time in Poland. We'll have the 5th round. And so we'll send the raid to Phoebe and say goodbye for now.